What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, July 18th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will put a bow on SEC Media Days. What are our biggest takeaways from the 4-day-long event from Atlanta? We will talk about that. Plus, is the Buck now a Hollywood celebrity? We got to get into this. We've got the latest from the Open Championship going on across the pond. We got a little NFL to get into as TJ Watt signs a historic contract to remain in Pittsburgh. Got a little Major League Baseball to dive into, a little NBA to dive into, plenty more from the world of sports and beyond. And oh, by the way, I'll explain why I am not at home right now. A lot to get into on a Friday show. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Appreciate y'all starting your day with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am fabulous. And you are not at home? You did come home yesterday, did you not?
I am in Austin, but I am not at home. You ready for the story?
I'm ready for it. I mean, come on. What did Delta have to do with it?
So Delta had nothing to do with it, and love had nothing to do with it either, Tanya. Actually,
What's love got to do with it anyway?
Love does have something to do with it because I am broadcasting live from my girlfriend's house.
Very nice. You're very fortunate.
So here's what happened. So I flew home Southwest last night. No major problems. 45-minute delay, but hey, that kind of thing happens.
Yes, a lot of weather, a lot of bad weather going on.
Yeah, a lot of bad weather going on, although I don't think it was here and it wasn't in Atlanta. So I don't know what the deal was, but flight was delayed. No big deal. 45 minutes, you can get over that. That happens sometimes.
Yep.
You get back to Austin at about 8:30 Central Time.
Like in Austin?
In Austin, touchdown, no problems with the flight. Cast and crew did a great job. No manservants on this one, Buck. All ladies.
Nice.
I know you like to see that. So we land, and my parents just happened to be in town, right? Came up for a couple of days. It's great to see them. They live in Houston, only a couple of hours, no big deal. So they want to meet us for dinner. So my girlfriend is kind enough. She picks me up from the airport. My parents and my sister meet for dinner. The five of us go get dinner somewhere near the airport in East Austin. So all good there. But it's a long dinner. We're having a good time, whatever. Dinner probably ends at 10:30, and we depart. And I had parked my car at my girlfriend's place, right? Because she was kind enough to take me to the airport on Sunday when I left for Atlanta.
Wow, you have service. You have pick-me-up service, huh?
Very nice. Yeah.
Very
much
nice.
appreciated. She takes care of me. So we get back to her place, and I'd say goodbye, get in my car to go home, and I try to turn on my car, and the battery's dead. So, no big deal.
That's tough. I was going to say I've been sitting in the sun, but it hadn't been that sunny. Just hot.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened, but no big deal. Got jumper cables in my car. My girlfriend's car's right there. So I go back inside the house. I'm like, hey, you got a few? Set up the jumper cables. I've done this, I don't know, 5-6 times before in my life, so I know what I'm doing.
There you go.
Just didn't work. I mean, we tried for like 30, probably 45 minutes last night, and my battery's cooked.
Sounds like the alternator.
So at this point, it's
you don't
midnight.
want to hear those words.
Yeah, so at this point, it's midnight, and thankfully, I just flown back. So all the equipment that we used at the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta is with me. So I'm just like, hey, you're probably not going to love this, but, you and your 2 roommates mind if I do the show at 7 a.m. at your house? And, I don't know if the other 2 said yes, but here we are. So apologies to them right off the bat. But, yeah, my car is still dead in front of their house, and we're going to try to jump one more time, and if not, we're going to have to figure something else out.
You're going to talk to the tow truck people.
Oh, man. AA, AAA, quadruple A, whatever the hell they are now.
Wherever you do, I know it's a long way probably. Get into Paul's.
Yeah, I love our guys at Paul's Motorworks, one of our great pre and post game
Oh
sponsors.
yeah,
That is a haul from here.
that's a haul, bro. The only thing about Paul's is that if you don't live north, that is a haul, and that's a haul with a tow truck. That's a $200 bill right there.
Yeah. So the hope is, I also have this like self battery charger thing
I've
that
had one of those little ones. Yeah, I got that. Hey, 1-800. I saw it on TV. I got it.
yeah.
It can work.
We'll see. We'll see. It wasn't plugged in. It wasn't charged last night. I would have tried it last night, but of course it was dead in the trunk of my car. So it's been charging overnight. So after the show this morning, we'll try that first. Then we'll try the jumper cables again. And if neither of those work, yeah, we might have an issue that's bigger than the battery. So I do think it's the battery. Like I noticed one of the light switches was left on for my headlights. Now, the car's been at my girlfriend's place all week. She's like, I promise you, none of your lights were on. Like, I walked out front a bunch of times. I would have noticed if your lights were on. I would have done something about it. But I think I saw a switch on that wasn't supposed to be on. So I am hoping it's just the battery. But, yeah, after a long week and then, staying at the Baghdad Inn, the resort at the Peach Trees,
Oh man.
finally getting back, thinking I'm going to sleep in my own bed for the first time all
No.
week. And then, no, it wasn't to be. So I made
You
somebody
still
mad. So
you
apologies
still
to everybody out there because
yeah,
my
you still
karma
got
ain't good.
you got a half a day of getting your shit together. That's what you have still.
Oh, and also my girlfriend is moving places today.
Oh,
So I've got to help her do that today and this weekend.
okay,
So
you got a whole night of shit to do.
dude, it's like I was hoping to just sit on the couch and watch golf all weekend, like I hope you're going to be doing. And instead, I'm going to be trying to get my car fixed and helping somebody move. So good times in BK land right now, my man.
Wow. All right, man. I hope it gets a little bit better. I mean, the first things first, you need to get that car started. That is
Yeah.
that is the and it's getting time for a new car, time for you to bite the bullet. It's getting there. If they say the word alternator, it's definitely time.
Yeah. And look, she's had a good run. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
2014 car. I've had her since 2017. I'm getting
Wow.
close to 150,000 miles, which for some of you, that's a lot. For some of you, it's like, dude, that's only halfway. You got plenty of mileage left. And that's the hope.
You
Like
know,
the
for
hope
me,
is,
that's 2 years.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you drive way more than I do. I feel like I drive a lot, but compared to you, I'm pretty stationary. But yeah, the hope is it's just the battery and it jump starts, or maybe I need a new one, and
You may
we
need
can
a
keep
new you
this
may
thing.
just have yeah, that may be the second battery or the original battery. You just may need a new battery, period.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that's look, I've got a good. It's first world problems. I'll be fine, but not the best way to dive into the weekend for
No,
me.
dude, they are that's not that's those are problems. Those aren't just little problems. That's a pain in the ass. That's mind blowing, especially when you're like you and I. We don't know shit about cars. We just know we can put. I can put the cables on. I don't change oils. I don't change tires. I depend on somebody else to give me the bad news, and it always seems to be bad when it comes to a car. You know that. And
Hey,
I've
we
had
like to go ahead.
and I had my car. I've had the Benz towed just from here uh, to Austin, to Mercedes-Benz South Austin. I had it towed there. Cost me $270 from here, from where I am in Dripping to I-35 there. 275.
Do you have AAA?
Yeah, I mean, but AAA doesn't tow you. AAA will come and change your tire and do stuff, and they'll
Mm,
call a tow truck for you. But there's one tow service, and it had to come from like I don't even know if it was in Dripping, but I have a tow service that's right down the street from me. I mean, right down the street. When you come in this way, I
sure.
called them and we don't tow that far. I'm like, what? What do you mean, no? What kind of service are you? But I had a tow service that towed anywhere in the state for the money. That's what they
Yeah,
would do,
of
and they came
course.
and got me, and it's just that's a hurt, boy. That 275 is a hurt.
Yeah, yeah. Last time I got towed was when I parked in a handicap spot, and I got towed out of my own apartment parking lot. Remember
Oh,
that with the rental
oh
car
yeah,
that we had taken for
yeah. That
the
shit
last
hurts,
trip to
man.
Atlanta? Oh my God, dude, I got to stop going to Atlanta. That was
Yeah,
it.
and
The
that's
last time I got towed was the SEC championship
that's
trip.
right. Quit going to that place.
I can't stop. They keep having shit there. What am I supposed to do?
All right. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. And to you and your families, do be safe out there. Yeah, we got weather all over the place, and you didn't hit it, thank goodness. But it's all over the East Coast and places in Jersey, New York, New England. And then it's about to get record-breaking temperatures back there. For us, about to get normal here,
Is it?
which is okay because we haven't had we've had abnormal weather patterns, but it's going to get warm next week where well, I'll say that, but 95, 90, for us could be 105, but it's only going to be in the high 90s.
I've never
So,
wanted a drought so bad in my life, Buck.
oh, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hearing about all these floods, and I know the people that have been involved in it, and they're trying to figure out what kind of clothes they're going to put on this morning because all their stuff is all jacked up, or they've lost loved ones, are sick of hearing about floods. But it's it's just all that moisture in the air right now, and then we've got a couple of hurricanes that may be whipping up, and the Houston area and Louisiana may be getting it here shortly. And your parents going back, it's Louisiana. I've got my daughter's kinfolk are down in Baton Rouge. It sounds like it's about to come down that way. And anytime you talk about floods down in New Orleans area in Baton Rouge, that's Lake Charles. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, we're getting to that season, and it's already been a pretty hectic, rainy season for a lot of folks in this area, obviously. So, hope and pray that it doesn't get
Oh,
much
I hope
worse.
so too, because aren't we coming up on some anniversary? I mean, no, every year is a weird anniversary of Katrina, but it's like, how many years ago was that? Am I thinking 20? Maybe
Uh,
now?
Sounds about
Sounds like
right.
20 years.
Yeah, I know it was sometime in the 2000s. I think '05, '06.
It was '05, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If you're hearing about an anniversary, then it's probably 20 years ago. I think '05 is right.
I think it's the 20. Wow.
Yeah, so hopefully, hopefully everyone's all right, and hopefully nothing major like that happens.
Yeah, that was scary. My daughter was at LSU at the time, and she grew up in a hurry. She said, "I that knocked some of the being a student out of a lot of students who were going there to grow up." She said, "We had to grow up in a hurry. Our gymnasium, our soccer area, our gymnasium area was a morgue at the
Mm.
time. They were bringing in bodies in there when she would go there to get ready. There was no practice, there was no nothing, but her gym was a morgue, and she said it was awful, just
Was she
awful."
was she at Tulane?
No, she went to LSU.
Oh, this is in Baton Rouge. Okay.
Yeah, in Baton Rouge, and, there that was awful, and, you know, oh, just
Yeah.
that's hard to think of, and now we've just gone through the summer of this madness again too.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Well, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. One final shout out to our travel partners who allowed us to bring you live coverage from SEC Media Days in Atlanta all week long. Special thanks to Sue Patrick, 7-Eleven, AV Consultations, and Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. We'll talk about them throughout the show today. But, Buck, I want to start there. We'll get into the golf. We'll get into some of the other headlines from the world of sports and beyond. But your big takeaways, 4 days, 16 teams represented in the ATL. We could start with Texas if you want. We could start with some of the other teams. I think at some point today or this weekend, we will get the preseason poll released
Yeah,
for the 2025 SEC season.
they
But
have one of those in the SEC.
yeah, we didn't push out like the Big 12 did this
Yeah.
year. But
Well,
I'll throw it to you first, man.
I'll ask you because you were there, and what I didn't, because I wasn't on with you on Monday, I never heard anything about Tennessee. Well, I don't have a real takeaway. I'd like to have a takeaway, but I'd like to get your thoughts because I didn't get a chance to listen on Monday. But what were your thoughts on Tennessee? What did you talk about, and what was talked about at media day about University of Tennessee? Without their quarterback, he's gone. How did they feel like they were still going to be?
Yeah, Tennessee's an interesting team, right? They made it to the college football playoff last year. They were 10-2. They got boat raced by Ohio State in the first round in
Yes.
Columbus. And I think the biggest story of not only the SEC's offseason, but the college football offseason was what happened with Nico Iamaleava and their quarterback, basically demanding more NIL money, and Tennessee saying, no, we're not giving that to you, especially right now, because he was asking for it after the spring.
After he'd
And
already got a bump.
yeah, they told him to, hit the curb. See you later. So he transfers to UCLA, and basically in a trade, I don't know if we've ever had anything like this in college football, but Tennessee ended up picking up Joey Aguilar, who was at UCLA at quarterback. So he's expected to be their signal caller this year. But yeah, Tennessee's an interesting team, right? They lost so much. Again, they were great last year,
Yes.
10-2 in the regular season, just missed out on the SEC championship game, but they lose their quarterback. They lose their running back, Dylan Sampson, who was the SEC's Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, that guy ran for more than 1,500 yards and 22 touchdowns last
Wow.
season. So he's gone. They lose their top 1, 2, 3 wide receivers. They lose a few key pieces on defense, especially up front. So
They lost the guys up front on defense, which is huge for them.
yeah, they had a few high draft picks this year. So yeah, I think Tennessee's going to take a step back. Like Phil Steele has him tied for 7th right now in his poll. The good news for the Volunteers, they do play a pretty easy SEC schedule.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So,
Yep.
like they did last year, I think that helped them, get to the college football playoff. They do have to play Georgia and Alabama, but they don't have to play Texas. They don't have to play LSU. They don't have to play Ole Miss. Their toughest non-conference game is week 1 against Syracuse in a neutral site game in the place that we just were, Atlanta. So yeah, I think Tennessee, I got to double check their over under, but I think it's about 8.5 this year.
Okay.
And I think they're about an 8-win team. But yeah, that's a tumultuous offseason, man. Like you lose a lot, but it's like, well, at least we have our quarterback coming back, and he led us to a playoff last year, and he's going into his second year as the full-time starter. Like that gives you some confidence that maybe you could make a run again. And then after the spring, too, it's not like they had the whole, off season to figure it out. It was after spring
Sure.
practice when all that stuff went down. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't expect much from the Volunteers this year. I can tell you
Okay.
that.
All right. Well, and the other one that hit me is Gunnar Stockton and what Georgia is going to. How they've got a lot riding on that kid, and I him as a starter, I think he'll grow into the position, but I think they'll still. I just believe in Kirby Smart's defense that they'll play enough defense that it's not like he has to score a bunch of points. I think Texas and Georgia are kind of in the same boat. I'm more in tune, obviously, with Arch than I am with Stockton, but it's because now I understand what Texas defense is really about. I mean, it's good. It's really, really solid. Georgia's crying the blues that they don't have the defenders they had before, but I'm not buying. I'm not having any of that cheese for sure. I know they'll be good enough on defense that all they need to do is score if they're in the high 20s, low 30s, their defense will hold. We know what their defense is all about. So they can cry the blues, but Stockton's got to be good because if he can't score any points, you know what I'm saying? If he can't get that offense going, well, I mean, there's going to be a lot of close games for Georgia, I believe then.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I believe that for a lot of teams in the SEC. I don't believe they're going to see a bunch of runaway games this year in the SEC. I think you're going to see some really good, solid, hard football for a lot of teams.
yeah.
As I said, I don't even want to call them the bad teams, but those Floridas, those South Carolinas, Vandy's, teams that were close last year. I think when they're playing the good teams, I think you're going to see a lot more close games where you don't see 49-3 or 49-21. I think you'll see a lot of 7 to 10 point games, I believe, in the SEC this year.
Yeah, I don't think there's a clear-cut, obvious best team in the SEC going into this season, right? I think there's a top tier that includes Georgia, that includes Texas, that includes Alabama, and maybe it includes LSU as well.
Okay,
But like,
yes.
I think in years past, it's like, no, it's clear going into the year that like that's
Georgia,
the favorite.
Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, with Nick Saban, it was usually Alabama. A lot of times in the last, 5, 6 years, it's been Georgia under Kirby Smart. This year, it's like I think you could make a strong case for 4, maybe a slightly weaker case for 5 or 6 teams to at least get to Atlanta
Yes.
at the end of the year. So, yeah, okay, let me show you a picture of Gunnar Stockton first. Maybe you've seen what he looks like this week, but before this week, I had never seen Gunnar Stockton without a helmet, right? Obviously, we saw him in the SEC championship game. Maybe I did, I just didn't remember. But here's Gunnar Stockton from SEC media days. Dude, this guy looks like he's 40. Look at that hairline.
I was expecting him to look like a little kid.
That guy is a
It's
junior
like
in
one of the
college.
coaches. Is
Yeah,
he a
what is he like?
coach?
He's like 21 years old. Maybe he's 22. But like, that's not the hairline you want in college, dude.
I mean, is he? He looks like he should be going on a recruiting trip.
Honestly, yeah, he does look like just a member of the recruiting staff at Georgia or something. Or like maybe he's a manager or a ball boy. That is
He's the
that is their
trainer.
quarterback. Yeah, looks don't determine how you're going to play. But I was like, I saw him walk by me a couple of days ago, and I'm like, he's wearing a Georgia lapel, and he's obviously got the red and black Georgia tie, and it's like, well, clearly this is somebody affiliated with Georgia. Who's that?
Now the people around there recognize him. They had to, didn't they?
And then it's like, oh, that's Gunnar Stockton. Yeah, I guess so. In the ATL, like people knew who he was, and there was a big enough crowd kind of staring at him and or following him to where it's like, okay, it's clear that this guy is not just like an SID or something. Like he's something important. And no, it turns out that is what Gunnar Stockton looks like.
Okay,
So
Gunner.
yeah, hopefully it works out for him in football because it's gonna be hard to pick up chicks when he's bald at the age of 23. Come on,
Yeah, he's
man.
gonna, and then, and not only with me, we're saying that their offense got to get going. Their offensive line. There's another one of those positions that we lost so much, and here we go again.
Yeah. Yeah. So Georgia, they do have 4 offensive linemen back that started last year. They
Oh,
they had
that's
a couple
plenty.
of
That's
they
plenty.
they had a couple of injuries, so I don't know if you could say it's 4 starters back, but like 4 guys who at least started and played some for them last year are back this year. But yeah, I think it depends on Gunnar Stockton, right? What type of production they get at quarterback. Their defense, I don't know if they have like as many high-end elite players as they had in the 2 years they won the national championship. But it's Kirby Smart. I mean, he's bringing in top 3 recruiting classes every year. Like they still have
Sure.
some talented pieces on that side of the football. The running backs. I'm a big fan of Nate Frazier, who looked pretty good as a true freshman last year. I think he's going to take another step this season. But here's the thing with the Dogs: like Carson Beck was an above average quarterback last year. He
Hmm.
wasn't bad, but to me, he was like Quinn Ewers, right? Going into 2024, those were the 2 guys. Like, those were your 2 Heisman favorites. It was Carson Beck and it was Quinn Ewers, and people thought, like, one of them was going to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yes, and
And
that dude got no help. BK at wide receiver though.
no, his receiver sucked. I mean, that was a huge issue and part of what impacted his game. But, like, he just didn't live up to it. He wasn't bad. Same thing with Quinn Ewers. Like, they weren't
Right.
bad, but they just weren't as good as they were expected to be. And, Carson Beck's season obviously ended with the injury in the SEC championship game. He ends up transferring to Miami. But the reason I bring that up is, yeah, Carson Beck wasn't anything close to a Heisman level quarterback last year. And he wasn't, anything as close to as good as Stetson Bennett was during his
No.
time in Athens. And they still won the SEC championship and were the 2 seed in the college football playoff.
Right, for
So that's
sure.
the type of talent they have. So yeah, Gunnar Stockton doesn't have to be Colt
No, he
McCoy,
doesn't.
Cam Newton, insert great quarterback here
But if you're
for
buying into
Georgia.
that whole deal is we don't have that many guys as we had on defense, you're thinking that he has to be able to carry them into the low 30s points wise. And can he do that? Do they have guys that can actually catch a ball that hits them in the hands? I mean, they
Yeah,
had to go out and buy they had to get somebody in the transfer portal, a couple wide receivers
they
to help
did.
that group out. They couldn't catch the
No, they got a
basics.
couple. They got a
Oh,
couple
they
of good
did?
ones. They got Noah Thomas, who was at A&M last year, one of their best receivers, and they got Zachariah Branch from USC, who was one of the top ranked receivers in
Right.
the portal.
Okay.
That guy's an electric playmaker. He's going to be a return man for
Yeah, he
them
can
too.
catch. He can do it
Yeah,
all.
he's a nightmare to try to defend. So yeah, look, they knew that was their biggest problem last year. They knew they had to address it, and the beauty of NIL at a place like Georgia is you can't address it pretty easily. So yeah, they fixed that, or at least we'll see if they fix that, but they tried to fix that. And here's the thing with the Dogs, Buck. I'm looking at their schedule right now. I mean, it's not easy, but their 2 toughest games are at Sanford Stadium, with Alabama coming to town on September 27th, and then obviously Texas going there on November 15th. I think Georgia's going to be favored in all 12 of the regular season games.
Dude, those first two are just, man.
Yeah, they get Marshall and Austin P. Georgia has been playing some good non-conference games recently, so I can't just peg them as like a team that always plays cupcakes. But this year, mean, they always play Georgia Tech. That's their toughest non-conference game. They've got Marshall, the Governors of Austin P. By the way, shout out McConaughey, still coaching Marshall, I believe.
There you
And
go.
then they've got the San Francisco 49ers from Charlotte. Those are the three other non-cons.
That's a good year for that schedule.
It's a tough. It is they got to play at Tennessee. Again, they have Texas and they've got Bama and they've got Ole Miss. So they do play some of the tougher teams in the conference. But again, most of their hard games are at home. So I really think if they have the season that I expect them to have, they are going to be favored in all 12 of their regular season games. So I see their Vegas over-under at 9.5. To me, that's an over.
Well, it'll be interesting on November 15th. Will they be at home? Will that be, depending on how it goes, could that be a toss-up? Could that be that's still going to be a 3-point line no matter what.
Yeah, I think so. And again, it all comes down to the quarterback. Like, I guess there's a chance Gunnar Stockton isn't starting that game. Like, they've got a couple of highly touted recruits behind him, but, Gunnar Stockton's clearly the guy. He was at media days this week. But, like, I don't think Georgia fans are super sold on him yet. So if things don't go well, could that be an issue that plagues Georgia all season long? Who knows? But yeah, I mean, that game is, the 10th game of the year for both teams. So there's definitely a chance that things happen that leads Texas to be favored.
Yeah, and Alabama is Alabama. Is that coach going to be able to handle what's going on? They're going to get recruits. They're going to be fine. They're going to find a quarterback. And I don't think with their head coach, they'll struggle for very long finding the kind of quarterback that they're looking for. He's just such a good quarterback coach too, that he'll figure it out, and they'll get enough talent that they can quit crying too.
Right. Well, that's sort of a big question, not just in this conference, kind of around college football. There aren't a lot of returning quarterbacks, and a lot of the, perennial contending teams are replacing quarterbacks. And I think that's why a lot of people are so high on Penn State and Clemson. Like Phil Steele has Penn State number 1, and he has Clemson number 2. You keep calling Clemson your sleeper. It's like,
how is my sleeper? Everybody starting to like them now, huh?
Yeah, those are the 2 playoff teams. And look, SMU and Boise State also have their returning starters at quarterback. But like Penn State and Clemson are like the 2 power playoff teams that have their quarterbacks coming back. So that just makes a difference when you feel like you know what you have at the most important position on the field.
Agreed.
Now, obviously, Texas fans are optimistic with Arch. We saw him some last year. Every fan base feels like they have a guy, and most teams are replacing the guy who left with a 4 or a 5-star. So there's a chance the quarterback play is just as good. But like that around this conference, Georgia, Texas, Alabama, those 3 teams that with the highest Vegas win totals this year, all 3 of them are going to be breaking in new quarterbacks.
Yeah, and then when we talk Georgia, Alabama, Texas, it's the team and I still leave out, and I don't know what it is. It's just we just haven't seen them get off to a good start, and that's LSU. I mean, there's a lot of talk about LSU around the country, but I mean, even at SEC Media Day, it's all about that. Can they get off to a good start? And people want to see. It just hadn't happened in 5 years? You said it just. What can you do? That first game. I know it's a long season, and you can still lose 1 or 2 games, but that damn first game seems to send them on a spiral. They need to win that game.
Yeah,
and I don't think they're going to win that game.
I don't either. And like, it'd be so nice for them to win that game. And boy, they're putting a lot of stock into it. That was one of the, sort of headline grabbing quotes that any coach said this week. Brian Kelly was asked about that Clemson game and, hey, how do you turn things around and finally win a season opener? And he's like, oh yeah, we're putting the Clemson paw print logo on like every bag that we hit in practice.
Wow.
All right. Clemson, I'm sure, paid attention to that, but also that sounds different than what LSU's done in the past. So they're trying.
They just thought they were going to be talented enough to beat those teams for the last 4 years. Now all of a sudden, it's it's kind of time is kind of up. You need to win this game.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, LSU. I mean, here's the thing with LSU. Here's the biggest question for them. Last year they couldn't run the football. They were dead last in the league in rushing yards per game, and they also couldn't stop the run. I think they were like 4th to last in stopping the run, and all of the teams below them were
recipe.
Like, Kentucky and Mississippi State, like the bottom feeders. So can they fix that? Well, they lose 4 offensive line starters, including a top 5 pick, and they also lose their entire starting defensive line. Now, they portaled some guys. They also lost Bo Davis, their D-line coach, of course, the former Texas D-line coach. But, like, they didn't have good play up front last year, and they've got a bunch of new guys. So the glass half full is, well, the guys we had weren't very good, so maybe these guys can be better. But the glass half empty is, oh, shoot, we're replacing a bunch of these guys. We have no idea what we're
I
going to
don't
look like.
believe in them. I don't have it. I get that's they're like a show me kind of team. Show me what you really got. Show me in week 1 what you got. Go to Clemson and beat Clemson.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
don't tell me you don't have this guy or that guy. Just go do it for a change. If they don't, Brian Kelly the following year is going. Seat's going to be crazy for him.
yeah. And I'm not a huge BK believer. I believe in myself, but not really the fake BK. But I think LSU's making the playoff this year. Like, I think
You
there will
do?
be 4. I think there will be 4 SEC teams that get in. I think it's going to be
Okay.
Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and LSU. Like, I'm not going too far off the beaten path because, again, I think those are like the preseason top 4 teams in this conference. But yeah, I don't think only 3 SEC get in. And I feel like LSU's the 4th best team. Like, they've got, for my money, right now, the best quarterback in this conference, subject to change. I like what they did in
Mhm.
the portal. They got a couple of extra good pass catchers to help out. I think their defense is going to be better this year, in year 2 with Blake Baker as the defensive coordinator. So
Sure.
yeah, I mean, I think this is 10-2, maybe a 9-3 team. Obviously, if you're 9-3, that's no guarantee you're going to make it to the CFP. We saw 3 SEC teams with that record last year not make it. But yeah, I think LSU just they've got too much talent to not get in this year. And I'm buying some stock into the Bayou Bengals in
Yeah. And
2025.
as for the Horns, I think I know enough about where they are right now and what they need to do. They need to fix the run game. I mean, and I'm not saying fix the run game with the individuals. It's as a group, when it's time to run, be able to run, get it done in scoring zones. We don't always have to throw the ball. We can run on you. We should be good enough to do that. We got a whole stable full of backs. Figure out who's who and what their jobs are, and just get after you when the time comes. I'm a believer now in the defense. I don't know what I can say. I can't go. It won't even be fair to say can they do it for 3 straight years. That's not fair. Now I expect them to do it. You
You
know.
know, one thing, like, and maybe this is just because Texas is going into year 2 in the SEC, so a lot of folks around this conference just probably weren't paying attention to what the Horns did in 2023. Like, everyone knows they won the Big 12 and made the playoff, but like, you weren't closely following the program if they weren't in your conference, right? Like,
Right.
there's so many people, and I guess it's a fair question, but there are so many people who are like, I just think Texas lost too much. Hell, we talked to Billy Lucci
Sort of
on
like
the
I
air
was
yesterday.
last year. Like they just lost, lost too much from the year before. They have to be feeling that same thoughts too, maybe. Yeah.
And I think that was a much fairer question last year because we hadn't seen them lose a bunch and then be good the following year in
Correct.
forever. I mean, forget just under Steve Sarkisian, but like end of Mac, Tom Herman, obviously the 2018 year, you win the
You're
Sugar
right.
Bowl against Georgia, you think you're back and you're excited, and all of a sudden everything falls apart in 2019, and then the coach gets fired a year later. Like, it had been so long since Texas had stacked 2 successful seasons together.
Absolutely. I think what you're saying is these are good players and good coaches. The
Yeah.
ones they have are good players. These are
Well, it's
really
like
good players, and these are really good coaches that Texas has now. I think that's what
everyone's
people are going to see.
Yeah, everyone's like, Texas lost too much. They lost too much. It's like, they lost 12 players to the draft. How are they going? They lost 11 players to the draft last year,
Yeah.
and they were better the year after. So it's like, again, it's no guarantee. But and look, I mean, Georgia and Alabama have done it a lot longer, so I get why they would maybe get the
Sure.
benefit of the doubt over Texas. But it feels like people think that last year was like the first year that Texas was really good, and it was the first year that they sent a bunch of guys to the NFL draft, and this is
Right.
like some big test. Oh, can they reload like other teams do? And it's like they literally just did that last year. And
You're
like,
right.
did you guys not see the 2024 NFL draft where they lost all of those guys too? So to me, they've proven, like, I'm not guaranteeing they're going to go 11-1 again and make it to Atlanta, but like, I don't think they're going to take some big step back. I think they're going to be fine because to me, this coaching staff and these players have proven that they can
Right.
overcome kind of a mass exodus like that.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the players that they've recruited and the players that they bring in, they are good. They're good players. These aren't just It's just somebody taking the spot of somebody that hold on for dear life until somebody better comes around. These are really good players that they have, and they coach them the right way, and they understand what the program is. They understand what the defense and the offense is all about. So that helps a lot. The quarterback will be just fine. I mean, for me, he'll be just fine. As I said, everybody will have to rise to what his level of play is, and if they can do that, they'll be fine again. And now I'm just a believer in the defense. It's not just the players that they have. That coaching staff is really, really good. That defensive coordinator is fabulous,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
think people are starting to see that around the country too.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the business, and we are lucky to have him, and we are lucky that he doesn't want to be a head coach anywhere because
Yeah,
he would have gotten multiple job offers if he wanted to kind of take that next step. But PK seems very content and has seemed very content for a long time of just being a defensive coordinator, and that's a great thing for us. All right, we'll continue the Texas conversation. We do have a little bit of sound from Arch Manning, who obviously spoke a couple of days ago in Atlanta. Didn't say a ton, but we've got a couple of bits of sound from him before we dive back into the horns and some other big observations and takeaways from Atlanta. Let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
and to one of our big travel partners, that would be Sue Patrick, and got my lid on today. Hook 'em, everybody. Sue Patrick, love it. There's that championship hat. Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Head on over there and pick up anything Longhorn, whether it's scheduled glasses, scheduled T-shirts. They've got them. They've got all the ball caps. You name it, they've got it. They've even got luggage. They've got Longhorn luggage. So if you're making some of these great trips, if you want to grab a little carry-on, they've got that. If you want to stay for a week there, go ahead. Get it done. They've got everything that you want, and they've got free parking and plenty of free parking right there on the premises. And on the premises is, to me, in the same parking area. And there's some other stores there, but you can walk just across the street and you're right there at Sue Patrick. So, folks, if you want to get all your Longhorn gear, polos for golf, Dad's still looking for a nice polo. They'll soon have some of the little heavier material with the long sleeves for the fall. They have it at Sue Patrick. Our pregame, our post and pregame shirts, they'll have those. The new ones are out, BK. They're looking good. Did you ever wear that? Did you ever get one on at
Yeah,
Media Day?
yesterday for A&M Day.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Sporting that? Nice.
Always.
Very nice.
Had to
Once
let him
again,
know.
5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yeah, and I might be making a call to Covert Bee Cave in the not-too-distant future.
There you go.
Depending on the future of my car. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave, the best automotive dealership in all of Central Texas. Look, I get it. There are a lot of dealerships out there. There are a lot of places you could go to find a car. You don't need to spend all of your time and money driving around the city to find a new whip. Just go to Covert Bee Cave. Why? Well, they've got 3 dealerships on one lot. They've got 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs in one place. So there's something for you. Again, new pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. The people out there are fantastic. They make the car buying experience very enjoyable. Buck got his last whip there. Zay bought his last car there as well. And they will be where I go whenever it's time to buy another car. The people are fantastic. The service is great. The selection is unmatched. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com. And also a shout out to 7-Eleven, another one of our great travel partners. Our guy Ashish, who owns and operates a few different 7-Eleven locations here in the ATX. Y'all know what 7-Eleven has, but I'll tell you anyways. The Little Debbie snacks.
Yeah, man.
The taquitos, the pizza, the wings, the Slurpees, the big gulps, the coffee, the everything you need to fuel you through your day and fuel you through the summer here in the state of Texas. And not just in Texas, there are tens of thousands of 7-Eleven locations across the globe.
They even have them in Atlanta. I guarantee there's one in Atlanta.
They got them in Atlanta. They got them everywhere. They got them in Korea, maybe north and south.
There you go.
And they're in South America, West America, Philadelphia,
Slurpees
the Iraq,
all over the world.
The Iraq, and everywhere like such as they got them.
Nice.
They got them everywhere. So love our friends at 7-Eleven. Okay, a little bit of sound from Arch Manning, who obviously was there in the ATL on Tuesday. He doesn't give you a whole lot at the podium, which is a good thing. I prefer my quarterbacks not giving bulletin board material to other teams. I prefer them to kind of let their play do the talking. And well, it's pretty clear that Arch has been groomed and trained for this kind of stuff for a long time. I thought this was pretty funny. So the very first question Arch Manning was asked during his media breakout session the other day, what's something that people don't know about you? And literally the first words, well, I'll play it for you. The first thing that Arch Manning said at his presser the other day.
I feel like I'm a pretty normal guy. I like to hang out with my buddies, play golf. I take football pretty seriously, but other than that, just a regular guy.
Like, I'm just a regular guy.
He's not, but he's trying so hard to be, and I don't think he's like faking it. Like, he literally just wants to be a normal person. And like, hey, what do normal college guys like to do? They like to hang out with their buddies. They like to go play golf. Like, that's
go to golf, go fishing, hang out with their guys, have a nice weekend, leave me alone, but he can't.
He can't, right. And I love that he's so humble. Like, that's, I think we talked about this the other day, and it is worth mentioning again. Like, that guy has every reason to have an ego to him, and he just doesn't. Like, he's so humble. You know, somebody asked him about, hey, what do you think of being one of the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy? And he literally said, I've started 2 games. Like, that feels like a lot. Like, he's humble, he's grounded, he's got it figured out. And I thought that was funny. Like, people tried so hard to get something out of him this week. Hey, tell us something crazy. Tell us something we don't know. You know, say that Texas is going to win the national championship this year. Say that you're mad that your head coach didn't play you more last year. And he just gives answers like that. Like, yeah, I'm a pretty normal guy.
In his mind, I knew he had to feel like he could have played more football last year. You know that.
Oh, of course. And look, he's openly talked about it. Like, he was like, he's said it sucked to sit on the bench and wait his turn. Yeah. But like, he knows that's part of the game. And, you know, somebody asked about his relationship with Quinn. And again, he's like, man, Quinn's great. I texted him a couple of weeks ago asking him about, you know, something in this play. And, you know, he handled that incredibly well too. And again, like, in the era of the transfer portal where guys seemingly leave whenever they don't get their way, it's pretty rare that a guy that caliber and status of Arch Manning was willing to sit for 2 years, not just 1 year, but for 2 years to wait his turn. And that's a good segue to this next cut because, you know, for the 400,000th time, somebody asked Arch Manning if he thought about transferring at any point during his Texas career. Here was his latest answer to that question.
Yeah, no, that never really crossed my mind. I knew Texas was the place I wanted to be. It was the city I wanted to be in with a great education, and I had friends there, and I was still developing and growing as a football player and as a person, so I never really wanted to leave. If there was somewhere else I wanted to be, I would have gone.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, if there was someplace else I would have wanted to be, that kind of kid is just going to say, I'm gone. This doesn't fit me. He's not going to stick around and try to have the city change for him. He's just going to leave. And it just, everything worked out for him.
Yeah, he came to Texas for a couple of reasons, but I think one of the biggest reasons why he chose the Longhorns was Steve Sarkisian. Like, he wanted to get coached and developed by Sark. And
right.
Sark's still at Texas. Sark didn't go anywhere else. So that's the guy that the Manning family and Arch Manning chose to, you know, be the guy who helps him take his game to the next level and help him get to the next level.
Absolutely.
And, like, he doesn't want to leave that. Like, no, I came here to learn from Steve Sarkisian, so I'm going to stay here to do that. And look, the plan was always for Arch to sit at least 1 year. I think some people were a little bit surprised when Quinn Ewers decided to come back in 2024. But again, nothing else changed in the scenario. Arch Manning still wanted to be at Texas. He still wanted to learn from Sark and A.J. Milwee, and that's why he decided to stick around. So it's obviously good news for Texas fans. But yeah, I mean, that's been a pretty consistent theme. Whenever Arch has been asked that question, he's kind of given that exact answer. Like, I chose this place for a reason. If there's somewhere else I would have rather have gone to, I would have left.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a place where you can grow, not only just on the field, but off the field. There's all kinds of things for he and his family to be involved in a growing city like Austin, Texas. I mean, he understands, he knows the full game, not just on the field, but off the field too. He knows how to play the game.
Right.
And he's done it well. And now but he'll love to take on any responsibility the head coach wants to put in his hands right from this point on.
Mm-hmm. One more bit of sound from Arch Manning. I've actually not heard this one. I think Patrick threw this into the system last night, but Arch Manning was apparently asked about being recognized on campus everywhere that he goes. Here's Arch's thoughts on that.
It was kind of frustrating because I hadn't done anything, and I was taking pictures of people going to class. So I'd always call my mom, like pretend like I was on the phone going to class. That was kind of the first time I was like, wow, this is different from a 2A high school. Just no one cares about me.
He just wants to get on over to class. I got class. I'm going to get on over, but I'm pretending I'm talking to my mom here just in case 20 people stop me on the way to my class. Yeah, that's a pain. Well, you would never have to worry about that because you wouldn't be in class.
Yeah, no, but we've all done that a time or two in our lives. But the funny thing is, you and I have done that like a time or two in our lives. We're like,
Yeah.
we're in a public setting, and somebody that we see that we don't want to talk to is like walking by, and you could tell they're about to cross paths with you, and then you just like fake something. You either like turn the other direction, you pull your phone out, you act like you're making a call, you act like you're sending a text. I've done that multiple times in my life, but Arch Manning probably has to do that like 50 times a day when he's walking around the UT.
Yeah, my wife hates when I do that to her.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's good. You talked to her enough already.
Yeah, I mean, come on, I live with you.
All right. Yeah, I'll talk to you in a little bit. Just let me
Do I have to talk to you at the store? Do I have to talk to you at the store?
I got to talk to my imaginary friend Bobby. I got to give him some picks. He needs some money in his
Come on,
pocket.
Bobby. You need some money. And Bobby's not happy. We need to get cranking.
Well,
yeah.
You could bet. You could have bet on the Open. You could have bet on WNBA. You can bet on the MLS All-Star game coming up this weekend here in Austin. You got options.
We've got some options this weekend, don't we?
Yeah, you do. You got the second half of the baseball season getting going tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to wait till football. I'm holding out.
Okay.
Me and my cash are holding out.
Football. Well, you've got, again, the MLS All-Star game. I think it's next Wednesday here in Austin at Q2. Does that count as football?
Is Messi coming to town? Is he playing in the All-Star game? No, he's got too many of these World Cup sixes and trilogies, doesn't he?
Messi will be here.
Messi will be here?
Messi's going to be here next week. I'm like 90% sure. One of our great soccer listeners will confirm or deny that, but I think Messi's going to be here in the ATX next week.
Wow, cool.
Talk about a madhouse, dude.
Yeah, really.
Oh, my God. Where's that guy going to be hanging out? You think he's just hotel, stadium, hotel? You think he even stays at a hotel? You think he's going to fly in right before the game and then literally fly out right when it's done?
International superstar. That guy will be out and about in this town.
You think so?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome if
I don't know if he's ever been to Austin, so he's probably heard about it. He wants to try to hit everything he can too.
Make sure, for you, he's probably eye level, but for normal people, make sure you look down if you're trying to find him.
Yeah, he will be. I mean, he's heard enough from the Formula One people that have come to Formula One here probably. That this is a cool spot to come. He wants to see some things.
I hope so. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I don't think he's ever played a match at Q2, so this will be the first time for Lionel Messi, and obviously the first time the MLS All-Star Game has been held here in our city, and that's good news. All right, Michael C., one of our diehard Austin FC fans, a season ticket holder out there. Messi will most likely be here, but won't play in the All-Star game. All right, well, I think I care more about him being here than the game itself, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, he's played in so many different types of World Cup events this summer. He's probably done with playing.
Yeah, he's just off. It's too hot here for him or something. Is that
probably?
The issue?
Then maybe not want to be on. He wants to be on natural grass, probably too.
Yeah, that's Lionel Messi's definitely the guy who's faked taking a phone call to avoid talking to somebody.
Oh, there's no doubt.
That guy will be doing that.
He's the king of that.
Yeah, if we're like about to cross paths somewhere and I walk by him, he's going to be faking a call to avoid talking to me. I can tell you that.
Oh, it's my agent, so I can't talk around my agent.
Yeah. No, it's my agent. It's my wife. It's anybody else, but not you.
Anybody but you, sir.
Anybody but you. So yeah, that's Arch Manning, and again, he's like, you could tell he's kind of annoyed by it. Like he doesn't outwardly say like, "Oh, I hate it."
He doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand it.
Right? Yeah, he's just like, I haven't done anything. Like I'm just a student like you. I'm just trying to go to class and get good grades like you. Can you just there's like 100 other football players. Like, can you go do this to them too? Like, why am I the guy who's getting all of this stuff? And look, to his credit, again, you've touched on this a lot. I think it's important to say, if Arch Manning had any bad moment with any one person, we would all know about it.
Sure.
In the era of social media and camera phones where people are filming stuff all of the time and posting every interaction they ever have, like if Arch Manning just was in a hurry, some kid tried to stop him and he just like knocked his book out of his hand so he could run to class, it'd be an international story. And we don't have anything close to that right now. So he's handled it so well, and it can't be easy because he's like 19 years old.
Yeah, and by the way, it's only going to get worse when the season gets ready and school starts. It's going to get crazy for him.
You think this guy has to deal with that?
Yeah, I need to know. I need to know how my taxes are going to come out this year if I see that guy. I'm going to stop it. So, did you get my tax return yet?
Oh man, people see that guy on Georgia's campus and they run away. Like, who's this old creep here? Is it Dad's weekend already?
Oh my goodness!
Why is this old guy trying to hit on me?
Why are coaches on the football staff trying to hit on me?
Yeah, I don't need that happening right now. Yeah, I'll tell you what. If Arch Manning looked like that, I would not be nearly as confident in his abilities as I am right now.
Yeah, that guy's going to have a pretty good group around him. So he can't screw it up because they'll put the snatch on him pretty quick, won't they? They'll snatch him out of the starting lineup and put in a young guy, a new guy quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Again, they've got 2 very easy games to open up the season.
You're right. He's gonna get in there and get some experience pretty quickly.
But games 3 and 4 for Georgia this year, at Tennessee and then home against Alabama.
Wow.
So we're going to learn a little bit about Gunnar Stockton as we get towards the end of September. And yeah, those are 2 huge games, obviously, for the SEC, but 2 huge games for him as well. By the way, some A&M thoughts since A&M went yesterday. Buck, they did not play the Eyes of Texas or Texas Fights when Mike Elko took the podium for his presser.
Yeah, that's just going to be something in the back of Sark's mind. Just keep that in your mind.
And shout out to Mike Elko.
As the takeover continues, you know who really CDC understands that. As the takeover continues, he heard it. They all heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody missed that.
Nobody missed that. No, that blew up. That became a big story. And look, I think it's kind of funny, but I think Texas will remember it, like you said. Like,
oh yeah,
that bit right there. But Mike Elko did make a funny. I'll give him credit. Even the blind squirrel busts his nut from time to time, or whatever the expression is.
He made a funny.
You know, as soon as he walked out on stage, he gets in front of the microphone, and the first words he utters, "For all of you who had the Eyes of Texas as the song I was walking out to, you lost your bet."
You're not funny, man.
No, you don't like that?
No.
I'm glad he addressed it. I mean, it's not the funniest joke ever told. I'm not calling him Norm Macdonald or Shane Gillis up there, but that's funny that he addressed it. I think he got a little
Oh,
chuckle from the folks in attendance. And let me tell you, there were not a lot of folks in attendance. This was
just him and Lucci?
They went yesterday afternoon, so obviously after our show. They were the last team to go.
Oh, everybody was on flights.
And let me tell you, this was not a save the best for last type of situation for the SEC, because that place was desolate by the time the Aggies were there. I mean, I talked to a couple of the Aggie players. Like, I went down, they had breakout sessions. There were like 3 or 4 press talking to the players yesterday. Now, you saw the pictures of Arch Manning's scrum. I mean, there were hundreds of people around him. And even, Anthony Hill and Michael Taff had a few dozen people around them. And for A&M, it was literally like I asked like 4 or 5 questions to a couple of different Aggie players. Like, I was able to basically like have a one-on-one conversation with them yesterday. And yeah, it was.
I would have said, did you get a chance to talk to the quarterback? But he didn't. He wasn't invited.
No, yeah, I would have loved to have talked to Marcel Reed, but his own head coach doesn't trust him enough. And it was interesting because The very first thing after that joke that, Mike Elko said, I guess he said the obvious, like, happy to be here, thanks to Atlanta for hosting. We're excited
You're
for the
number
season.
2, love Texas A&M, all
And the
that
very
stuff.
first thing he said was like, oh, Marcel Reed is great. He's having a great offseason. We love him. We trust him. We believe in him. We think he's going to take a huge step in his second year. And it's like he made sure he crossed that bridge right away. Right? Like he wasn't waiting for anybody to ask the question. He was like,
Sure.
he knew it was a story that he wasn't bringing his quarterback there. He knew he was the only coach in the conference with a returning starter at quarterback that didn't bring them to Atlanta. So he literally went out of his way right off the top to say that, no, Marcel Reed's awesome and he's going to be amazing for us and we absolutely love him. So he heard the chatter, I guess, on this
course
show
he
and
did.
plenty others.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
every team has somebody chattering about something specific to their team, and they all know what the chatter is. Every coach knows, what it is, what the buzz is about your team. So, of course, he knew that he didn't bring his quarterback with him. And talking to Billy, there's nobody else. It's him. That guy's got the keys to the car, and they're expecting to just drive kind of smoothly through the football season. So there's no summertime. This is going to happen there if he doesn't get this done or that. They're expecting that young guy to get it done, and I do
Yeah,
too. I do too.
I do not. I am not a Marcel Reed believer, and I think he's the biggest question for A&M this year. I
Wow.
think A&M's got a roster that's good enough to win 10 games, and they've got a schedule that's good enough to win 10 games. I just don't think they have the quarterback that's good enough to get them there. And we'll see. I don't know if Mike Elko's the guy. By the way, here's a picture. This is Mike Elko's press conference, and this is the giant media room where all of the pressers were held. Notice how many open seats there
Oh
are above.
yeah, all over the place.
It's got to be pretty annoying to Texas A&M, doesn't it? This is just more evidence that they
Nobody
aren't really
cares.
cared about. I mean,
Nobody cares.
Everybody knows they weren't informed when the negotiations between the conference and Texas were happening, because obviously they didn't want Texas to join the league. So the SEC is like, yeah, we're going to keep A&M in the dark for as long
Yeah,
as we
the
can.
Aggies want this back in Dallas so bad.
And then boom, now you go last of the 16 teams, and this is the type of attendance that you get at your coach's press conference when, for everybody else, it was damn near full in that building.
They want this back in the Omni in Dallas so bad.
The Aggies do?
Yes.
The Aggies want Texas back in the Big 12 so bad. That's what they
The
want.
Aggies want back in the Big 12 so bad.
Oh, you think A&M wants back in there?
Of course they do. This will be a great opportunity for them.
We have here we go. Speaking of Aggie fans, by the way, just so you know that it's not just our opinion of A&M fans being mad about this. Here's a Tex Ags post that I stumbled across yesterday, complaining about being
Nice.
last. It says, I just want Elko to ask Sankey, why the F are we always on the last day of media day and usually the last team to speak? 3/4 of the media have left town or are on the golf course. Of the last 5 years, we've been on the last day 3 times and on the third day 1 other time. Out of the last 5 years, LSU has been on the first day 5 of the last 5 years. F you, Sankey. I mean, it's just the Aggies. They complain about everything, but they're learning. They should already know that nobody cares about them and they're irrelevant. But
yeah, really.
for a while they could claim, oh, we're the Texas team in the SEC, and now it's no, you're not. And
you're down there with Mississippi State and the rest of them.
Oh, that's
that hurts.
That hurts. You're right. That absolutely hurts right there. So any final A&M thoughts? I know we talked about them a decent amount yesterday, but any strong takes or opinions on the Aggies this year? I think their over-under is 7.5 this season.
Yeah, I got them at, like you said, I got them at 8 because I have 8 or 9 because I think the quarterback will be better. They will have to, that run game will have to be really solid to help out that kid at quarterback. And if it is, if their guy's not going to jail or being rowdy off campus or whatever, they should be pretty good running the football. That offensive line is always pretty decent.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the best offensive lines in the conference, and they've got. I mean, dude, their running back room. It's it's amazing. Like, if Le'Veon Moss is healthy and he acts more orderly when he conducts
Right.
himself instead of getting arrested for doing the opposite, like they've got the best running back room in the country. They do. I mean, Texas is right there, but A&M, I mean, Le'Veon Moss was potentially going to lead the conference in rushing last year before he got hurt. Now he's coming off a serious injury like C.J. Baxter, so we'll see what he looks like. But Reuben Owens, former 5-star, former top-ranked running back in the class. Amari Daniels was their leading rusher last year. They've got Emmitt Smith's son, E.J., who's solid. I mean, he's not anywhere close to what his dad was, obviously, but like their stable of running backs is awesome, and their offensive line. I mean, Phil Steele has them as the best offensive line in the conference, like by themselves, and I think he's right. So, like they're going to look like a Big Ten team. We joke about them trying to leave the SEC for the Big Ten. Like they are going to be a smash mouth defense. They got a defensive-minded coach too. They're going to
run that quarterback, and he's going to run with the ball too.
Yeah, they don't want Marcel Reed throwing the ball 30, 40 times a game.
No.
Like that's a recipe for disaster for A&M. They want to run it, 40, 50 times. They want to win low-scoring, ugly games with their defense and with their run game. And they've got a great offensive line. So they're not going to need Marcel Reed to be Superman, but I think they're going to need him to do something for them to actually get to a conference championship game and do something of serious note.
Well, they're going to have to stop the passing game. They're going to have to be better in their secondary.
Yeah, they are. And remember, I mean, Mike Elko, after they lost their bowl game to USC, he ripped their secondary and really the defense as a whole. I actually asked Will Lee, who's a cornerback for A&M, who was one of the guys who was there. I asked him yesterday. I was like, what was that like? Like, your coach ripping you like that? Like, how did that feel at the time? And how do you guys respond to that? And he's like, yeah, I mean, it hurt, but he was right. Like, we knew it. He didn't even have to say it. Like, we knew we weren't good enough last year. We knew we were bad. And like, we feel good about it. We've worked on it a lot. That's been like our number one goal as a unit. And we want to change the way that, people perceive us next year. It's a great answer. But like, it's got to be better for A&M. You hire a defensive coach like that, you want that side of the ball to be a sure thing.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's going to be really way more involved in the defense this year.
Oh, he's taking over. He's the DC. Like, it almost feels desperate, right? Remember, like, this is what Charlie Strong did midway through year 3.
Yeah.
It's like he knew. It was like, oh, my God, this defense sucks. I'm going to get fired if I don't fix this, like, right now. And midway through the season, remember the wristbands, and he takes over, and it obviously didn't do nearly enough to save his job. But like Mike Elko, I mean, they went 8-5 last year. They were 8-2 at one point. They were 7-1 at one point. I don't think he's on a hot seat or anything. I think
you're right.
It feels desperate, but in his mind, I think it's more of like I know what I want my defense to look like. Like, I've already been at A&M and had a great defense. The COVID year, they were a win away from the playoff. They finished 5th in the country that year. So he's like, I know I can get a good defense here. Let me do it. And now the question is, can he do that and still be a good head coach? Some guys are capable of doing both, coordinating and coaching. Some guys,
he is not.
You're putting in the call that he's not.
Yeah, but you know what? He'll be able to do. He'll do well enough this year. This first time around, he'll do well enough to try to get that team to be undefeated like the Horns at the end. That's all we can wish for. That's all we can hope for.
That's all you can wish for. Yeah, you want A&M to be 11-0 coming into Austin, and that's
yes, I do.
It's a very confusing take to me, and to
I also would like for Texas to be the same.
That's not confusing, considering the hat and the shirt you're wearing and the network we're broadcasting on right now.
I would expect for Texas to be the same.
I think like 95% of our audience agrees with that take. I think about 5% of our audience agrees with your first take.
They want them to be undefeated too. They want that game 2 undefeateds on a Friday right after Thanksgiving, and it'd be that game. Oh, what a letdown that would be for the Aggies. That would be so heartbreaking for them. Couldn't get any better than that. Not 0-11. You don't want them 0-11.
All right. You know what? Fine. I'll be nicer. They can be 5-6 going into that game. And they think we could go on the road and beat Texas and make a bowl game. And
that's okay, too. I'll accept that.
Yeah, that's all right. There you go. See, there's a nice compromise, right? Between 11-0 and 0-11.
Playing for a bowl game.
Ripping
their hearts out just for a bowl game. The Alamo Bowl. Oh, they don't get to go there anymore.
No, they don't get to go there anymore. And a 6-6 isn't even good enough to get you to the Alamo Bowl, even if they could go there. I did hear I did hear a funny yesterday. So I tried to get I wanted one of the Aggie players to come on with Chip and Zay in the afternoon, and I asked the Aggie SID, and they're like, "No, we're not going upstairs." And it's like, all right, again, you guys think you're important. You're not. You can't really go upstairs for a few minutes and do a couple of radio
Hey,
hits
there's
for like
nobody down here looking at you anyway.
there's only like 10 stations left out of like the 50 who were there. Like you don't have to do a whole lot. Just, hey, we'd love to talk to you and we'll be nice. We're not going to like just maybe he saw that Sue Patrick Texas shirt I was wearing and he's like, screw you, guy. We're not doing this. But apparently last year at Media Days in Dallas, one of my buddies who hosts Locked On SEC, it's a show covering the whole conference, he tried to get Elko. He like walked up to the SID and was like, "Hey, can I have 5-10 minutes with Elko? I'd love to talk to him." And the guy's like, "Oh, Elko hasn't eaten a thing all day. He's got to get food. He's got to get food."
Yeah, of
So,
course he does.
and he told me that story, and I started cracking up. I was like, "Yeah, of course he does." So that's probably why A&M didn't do any radio hits. It's Elko was hungry. He had
It was
to
lunchtime, and that was going to take at least 2 hours right there.
Yeah, he had to go somewhere and eat, so he couldn't. Him or his players, they got to follow the coach. The players have to follow what the coach says. So
Oh my God!
apparently, that's what he had to do last year. Maybe that's what he had to do this year. Oh man,
Are you glad to be home though after all this? Now, are you glad to be out of the Peach Tree Inn or whatever it was, Little Peach Inn?
Yeah, the inn at the Peach Trees,
God,
the resort and casino at the Peach Trees is what I like to call it.
The resort casino. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nicer if I was at like my own actual place. But it is good to be back in Austin, Texas, USA, America. That's for sure.
It really is. I bet
Best city in the world.
Yeah, I'm telling you that they need to bring that thing back. It was fine last year when it was in Dallas. That was, all of a sudden the SEC people had to come here. That it was fine. Was it as, but you thought it was less organized there in their states than it was when it was back here. Even though, it was tough to get people last year.
It was just a bigger space and a more spread out space this year. So last year we were basically on an entire floor with a bunch of ballrooms at the Omni in Dallas. Everyone's been to a hotel like that, right? Like
Sure.
that was the look last year. And all of the radio stations, Digital Drive as they call it now, no longer Radio Row, they were all out basically in the hallway. And then there were certain events going on in the ballrooms. This year, yeah, it was just all way more spaced out. There was stuff in the Omni. There was stuff in the College Football Hall of Fame right next door. There were multiple floors of the College Football Hall of Fame and obviously of the Omni. So it was
Everything was not on the same level, huh?
No, everything wasn't even in the same building, Buck.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was a little hectic, especially on day one. I mean, look, I showed up late to the Monday show. Like you had to start with Wags on Monday because no one could tell me where to go. No one knew where I was supposed to be, and obviously I didn't know where I was supposed to be. So, yeah, I mean, thankfully over time I kind of figured out where everything was. But hopefully, I don't know. Maybe it'll be in Dallas next year. Maybe they move it around. Maybe this becomes an NFL draft kind of thing where it doesn't go across the country, but like maybe Nashville is the spot next year, or maybe they'll put it somewhere in Alabama, like Birmingham next year. I hope not. Maybe Houston at some point will get a bone, right? I doubt it will go back to Texas next year, but at some point, I'm sure they'll put this in Houston for the Horns and the Aggies, and that's obviously close to LSU as well. So,
and the Aggies, it'll be in Houston. They'll still be last day.
Oh, that'd be hilarious, dude. That would be hilarious. But yeah, they didn't announce it. Like last year in Dallas, they announced that this year's event was going to be in Atlanta. So everybody was like waiting, like when's Sankey going to say where the 26th event is going to be? And he has yet to make the announcement. So,
wow,
the way it goes. But all right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We will continue our SEC Media Days recap and our college football conversation. We got to get into Eli Drinkwitz's crazy college football playoff proposal that everybody hates. That guy is he tries too hard to be funny and he never succeeds. Some of you probably think that's me. Thank you very much. We'll also get into some golf, the Open Championship leaderboard update, some low scores being posted, and Scotty Scheffler is about to take the course overseas. And we've got plenty more to dive into. But, Buck, before that, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Sure, our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks, for all your alcohol needs. Go over if you want a nice bottle of wine, some nice bourbons. They have all the different types of bourbons, wines, gins, you name it. They have got it at 34 Wine and Spirits. They're a wholesale distributor. So if you're having a massive party before the football season starts, those are the guys you want to call on, or during the season for your business. Call on 34 Wine and Spirits, where you'll find Altstadt Beer, BK, the best beer in the world. I know you're glad to be back in town.
Oh, man. Love the Altstadt beer. And after this week, I'm going to need a few Altstadt beers to get through it. But, hey, it's Friday. Congratulations. Mazel tov. You made it to the end of another long work week here in the state of Texas. Whatever you have going on this weekend, there is no better way to ring in the weekend than with an ice-cold Altstadt beer. If you're going to be hitting the pool, if you're going to be grilling out, if you're going to just be staying inside, maybe watching the golf, your good times are made better with a great beer. Altstadt is that beer that you have been searching for. I get it. You walk into 34 Wine and Spirits, they've got a lot of choices. It's a great store. A lot of beers that you could choose from. Go with Altstadt. It checks every box. Brewed locally. They've got a bunch of different brews. There are no additives or preservatives in any of their beers. Most importantly, the taste is great. And you're not paying an arm and a leg either for a great beer. Whatever you have going on, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. But do remember, it is the official beer of BK, and it should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
A big hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. Hat Creek Burger Day for me Friday means double with cheese. You know, after having fish stew that I made earlier in the week, I'm ready for a double with cheese. Let somebody else do the burger for me. And Hat Creek Burger does a fantastic job. 25 locations throughout the state. Born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. Burgers, fries, and unbelievable shakes at Hat Creek Burgers. And at some of the locations throughout the area, they do serve breakfasts. So if you're interested in a nice breakfast with pancakes and tacos and sausage, there are some locations open at 7 a.m. in the Austin area for Hat Creek Burger Company.
Yes, indeed. And also shout out to OLIPOP. I've got a couple waiting for me in my fridge back home. Love the OLIPOP. 19 different flavors now. If you haven't tried this stuff, you are missing out. OLIPOP is great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Their slogan is a new kind of soda. That's what it is. It tastes like soda. They've got a bunch of classic soda flavors like cola and root beer and cream soda and lemon lime. But unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, again, this stuff is actually good for you. Ingredients that support good digestive health, 9 grams of fiber, hardly any calories, very little sugar, 0 grams of fat. This stuff is a game changer. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. They found a way to make a soda that tastes like soda actually be healthy. Picks them up wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Whole Foods, Costco, Target, Walmart. They've got you covered with the greatness that is OLIPOP.
Someone's asking what I put in my fish stew. It was cod, fresh cod. It wasn't the same. It wasn't as clean as the ones I get from McDonald's during, the lentil season, but it was fresh cod I got from Whole Foods. Delicious, flaky, white cod. Let it in a pan for about 5 minutes, flipped it a little bit, and then I put it in the stew. It was great. That's one of the best things I've ever made, BK. I'm kind of happy with my stew. I've been boasting to people, boasting to Godbolt Paul about my stew. He goes, "You don't know what you're doing." I'm like, "I did, man. The mussels were good. The little shrimp that I added to it for flavor, good stuff." I did a fantastic. Chef Michael did a fantastic job.
I'm not a big stew guy. I just think the word stew sounds weird. And then I always think of Stu Myrick, and I don't want to eat him.
No,
I'm not
only
a
thing I can
stew
add
guy.
in it to Wikipedia. I'm going to add carrots, because if I'm going to do a stew, you can't be afraid to put in like real shit that you don't like. I'm going to have to add some carrots. Yes,
And
that's
stew's
good
like,
for you. Carrots are
yeah,
good for you.
carrots are good for you. It's good to add your veggies. That's a good move by you. Yeah, stew, you could do so much more with fish than just put it in a pot with a bunch of broth and other shit. Like you gotta do something
Mussels,
better.
man, the mussels, you can put, you can add, if you like, scallops. I can't, my wife doesn't like scallops, so I didn't add any scallops in there. She would have that'd have been too much for her. But I took that cod and made her, because she really she likes flaky fish. She likes tuna and stuff she likes salmon. I'm not a big salmon fan. That's really crazy. I love fish, but I'm not a salmon fan. It doesn't do much for me. Huh?
Salmon's so overrated. You're right on that take.
Yeah,
Like
it just doesn't
salmon's
do much.
it's one
But
of
I
the
put
most
the
popular
juice.
fishes out there, and
Yeah.
there's no flavor to it at all. And it's like, well, you got to put a bunch of stuff on it. Like, no, it's still not good, and you shouldn't have to spend an hour and a half doctoring it up to make it taste like anything.
There you go. With cod, you just stick it in you stick it in a pan with some butter, and that flake, it turns into flakes. But I took some of the juice from it and put on her regular cod, and she enjoyed that. But she doesn't like hot stuff. But I know I was missing some peppers that I could have put in there. Maybe some oregano. I didn't use oregano in there either. I don't like a lot of weird flavors, BK. I don't like to be overwhelmed by, and that's why I'm sorry to my Mexican brethren or my Spanish brother. I can't eat. I don't eat a lot of Mexican food. I don't like a lot of spices and stuff. My belly can't take it.
Yeah, you're not a seasonings guy, huh?
No.
That's very white of you, Buck.
Yeah,
That's
well,
like the white man stereotype. Just the white
I
person
can't.
stereotype.
It just does something to my stomach. It always has. I mean, I didn't even as a kid when my mom would get in the kitchen and get going and collard greens and things like that. I just couldn't do a lot. I couldn't. I just don't like a lot of spicy stuff.
It's weak. You're soft. It's embarrassing.
I am kind of soft when it comes to peppers. I'm soft with that.
You're
Only the green and the yellow and the red that aren't hot.
The bell peppers, that's all you can handle?
That's all I can handle.
No
You like that hot shit. You like that on your taco and everything. Oh, man.
Yeah. Sauce it up, spice it up, season it up. Give me some flavor, please. I like enjoying my food.
When it's salsa, I just use red. I can't even come near the green.
You use like the mild one too?
Yes.
Not even medium, you're going mild?
I'm going mild, yes.
Oh my God. You're missing out on some great flavor. Your taste buds are not thankful.
That's why I got to get down to coast. I got to get some fish. I like to get some fish in the freezer, for the winter months. I eat fish anytime. It's not just summer or winter here. I love fish. So, and as a matter of fact, I've really grown on to redfish. I wasn't a big redfish fan, but I can eat that off the shell. I don't have to put that in a pan. I can just put the shell on top of the grill and eat the fish there. And I'd like to go for snapper someday, but they tell me you got to go out on a spot where you can't see land. You got to get out on a boat. And I'm like, that ain't happening.
Not for you.
No. If I can't see land and pretend I can swim to it, there's going to be some sickness. And that's the worst sickness in the world, is to be seasick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Have you ever been seasick before?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to get, like, anytime I'd go out on the water, like, I would get sick. Even, like, on a giant cruise ship. I went, like, a couple of times as a kid, and I would, like, get sick on that. I'd have to wear one of those, like, patches or whatever. Now, not as bad. I mean, unless it's, like, a really small topsy-turvy boat that isn't stable.
Yeah,
but
I took my running backs from Boston College at the end of the spring. We went on a cruise for fishing, and dude, I got out there with all of them, and everybody was sick. There were guys in the bathroom throwing up on other guys' necks. I mean, it was just nasty. They didn't need to have to chum the water. Everybody was over the rail. And as soon as you got back to land, you were okay. But dude, that was the worst maneuver I ever did. I took them all fishing, and they were so sick.
Good friend. You
Yeah,
are.
nice choppy water. It was awful. And I've been on enough Alaskan cruises. I'm like you. I took all the Dramamines and everything else to prepare myself for it. But I was fine because most of the time you can see those little peninsulas and a little ways from Seattle out to Alaska. You can see shores on the sides. They get out in the ocean at night is when they did all their travel. And I was asleep by then. I didn't mess around. I didn't want to be standing at the rail and the boat moving. I'm not into all of that stuff.
No, just try to sleep through it all.
I'll try to sleep through it all, but I was good in the daytime. I see the land knowing that you're not going to make it, dude. Hey, old lifeguard, as soon as you jump off this thing, you're going to die on contact anyway. You're not making it to that land. That land is 20 miles, 30 miles away. You're not making it, old man.
There's that we didn't talk about this, but a huge story a couple of weeks ago. Like some 4-year-old girl fell off the side of a
Oh, yeah,
cruise
her
ship,
dad jumped and saved her.
and somehow, yeah, her dad jumped in right away, was able to find her, and was able to
Oh,
tread
yeah,
water with her for like 20 minutes
I know. How about
until they were
that?
able to send the like lifeboat out there to get them. Like that's dad of the year right there. That's dad of the century stuff right there.
Coming after his kids, you're damn right. He
You don't
jumped
think
right off
dad
after
strength
her.
if you don't think dad strength is a real thing, like go look at that story because that's that guy. Yeah, amazing,
Out in the
amazing.
ocean. I don't care if that's in the bay somewhere.
I'm probably if that happens to me, I'm not even trying to tread. I'm just swimming straight down and like this is it. Let's get this over with quick, please.
Just take the kid with you. We're both going, let's just go
Oh,
on down.
if I was with the kid, I would try to save the kid and do what he did. But like if I'm by myself and I somehow fell off a cruise ship and I'm just like, yeah,
Might as
I'm
well
out.
head on down there now.
I'm not struggling before I die. I'm just
Not
dying
me.
before I die.
I'm going right underneath the boat. Where's the propeller? Just chop my head off. Let's go.
God, that sounds worse. Not that drowning
Nah,
is a great way to go, but I think I'd rather that than have my head decapitated.
I think I'll
Kidding
have
me?
my head decapitated. I'm drowning or suffocating is not a way to go, it doesn't seem.
Boy, yeah, no, I'll take door number 3. I don't want drowning or decapitation.
I'll stay on board.
Yeah, I'll just not fall off the damn ship. That feels like a good solution to either of those things. All right, well,
Yeah,
let's
I
lighten the
walked when I was on ship. I walk. They have walkers. You walk around the length of the cruise ship. It's like a track. That's what I did, but I never went near the rail when I walked. I mean, I walked so far inside of that thing.
Yeah, good move. Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely,
All right, I don't know. We went into death and decapitation, so let's lighten the mood a little bit.
you got it.
Did you hear this or see this? We can only play the audio because of YouTube and Facebook copyright issues. But this was on the Peacock broadcast of round 1 of the Open Championship yesterday, and it's a Scotty Scheffler shot. By the way, Scotty Scheffler will tee off his second round at the British Open a little after 9 o'clock this morning. He is 3 under par, currently 4 back of Brian Harman, who is
Oh yeah,
in
who
sole
won a
possession.
couple years ago?
Yeah, Brian Harman, 5 under today, 7 under for the championship. The Georgia Bulldog is off to a really, really good start, and he's on 18 right now, so he's got a chance to be the leader going into the weekend. But obviously, a bunch of guys, including Scotty, have yet to tee off. Quick shout out to Jordan Spieth, who is 3 under today, 1 under for the championship, so tied for 21st right now. But this moment yesterday on the telecast, it's during a Scotty Scheffler shot. Easy for me to say. This is his second shot on 17. And, a pretty awkward and hilarious moment. See if you can catch it.
This is a great view of it here because so far above the green, downwind you can get onto this green, but Scheffler.
Yeah, I
hear that?
heard it.
Oop. Well, let's continue because the boys on the broadcast, they all heard it too.
What are you laughing about? There's so much to say about that shot. The sound off the club face. It's extraordinary. Let's stick to the
Nothing like getting the guys to laugh at a
little
good
bit of
part.
wind from behind. Just helped to ease down the green.
You hear it on the replay.
The echo as well. What a shot from Scheffler. And off the back of his tee shot in the 16th.
So you can't have that in golf. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable on the tee box. That's not, and it's really not acceptable before you have to putt. That's the one rule we have. We have guys talking through shots. You can have the ball on the tee and getting ready to hit. Guys will talk and laugh, and that's too bad. If you can't take that, you shouldn't be out there with my group. But you cannot expel gas from your anal area. That's not fair. That's not right. That's golf etiquette. That's bad etiquette. You know that.
Well,
That's one of my rules. We just can't. We don't do that,
we
and
can't
nobody
accept
does that,
that.
which is really that's not acceptable when we play golf. People will actually get mad at that.
Yeah. Well, the good news for Scotty Scheffler is, I mean, he that wasn't a guy next to him on the
Oh
course.
no, he didn't hear it.
So he didn't hear it, and it's just the viewers at home who got to hear
Man,
it.
that's
I mean,
funny.
That was a loud one too. I mean, there was no mistaking that. You can't say, "Oh, that was something else," or "That was my shoe," or "That was my chair." No, that was
that was a Tudor.
That might have been a shark, dude.
It could have
I mean,
been.
it wasn't the wettest sounding fart of all time, but it
wasn't like the big beautiful bill. That wasn't a big beautiful fart. That was like the long extended version right there.
Can't accept that.
Let's play it one more time here on Peacock yesterday.
This is a great view of it here because so far above the green, downwind you can get onto this green, but Scheffler. What are you laughing about? There's so much.
Dude, I'm going to laugh at that every time. If that's played, anytime that's played, I'm going to laugh.
I love how the guys start laughing. What are you laughing about? It was such an enjoyable
talking about
shot.
downwind.
Oh, that was a long one too. That thing lasted for a good second and a half right there. Like you could tell he had been holding that in for a while. And
oh yeah,
I don't know if he thought he muted himself or thought it would be a silent one, but it was 0 for 2.
Good Lord, that was bad.
So that was a pretty hilarious moment from round one of the
Scotty's
coverage.
about to go off here soon.
Yeah, 9:00, 9:10. So right after you and I get off the air, and during Chaos Theory is when Scotty Scheffler's second round will begin.
I saw Rosie was had a good day. It was everybody's right in the thick of things. Nobody's actually 8 or 9 and running away.
Yeah, we actually now have a tie atop the lead. Haotang Li, who had a great day yesterday, was 4 under after day one. What's that?
Putang Lee?
Yes, Putang Li, I believe. Something is not wrong with his golf game right now, Buck.
He's still hanging in there, huh?
Man, he's 3 under through 6 today.
Wow.
After shooting 4 under yesterday. So he's tied for the lead, and he still has 12 holes to play today.
Man.
So he is...
No disrespect.
Thank you, Coach. Let's make sure we play that. But Haotang Li currently tied with Brian Harmon at 7 under par. Those guys have a 2-shot lead over one of the Hogard boys, Tyrrell Hatton and Harris English. They're all at 5 under par. Tony Finau, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Robert McIntyre are all 4 under par.
Tony Finau, look out.
Then you've got a really good group at 3 under. That's where Scotty is. Rory McIlroy is 3 under right now. Ludwig Oberg is 3 under right now. Keegan Bradley, Captain America, is 3 under right now.
Where's that hard-ass Tyrrell Hatton? Where's he angry at?
He's 5 under.
Really?
Yeah, 2 shots back of the lead. He's through 16 today, but obviously
you're going to chance to see a lot of him get pissed. That's great.
It's the best. He gets so mad, dude. He looks like you got buddies like that. I mean, I get kind of mad on the course, but I know I suck, so it doesn't really piss me off anymore. I've got buddies who just like lose their minds and throw clubs, and that's Tyrrell Hatton. It's so good when like the pros actually look like your friends on the course.
Oh yeah,
that's what happens with him.
Well, he gets free clubs, so he can be busting all the clubs he wants to and throwing them in trees.
Yeah, you're right. You got to pay $600 for a driver.
God,
you don't have to worry about.
And you got to make it work. It better work. You better make it work.
Who did you ask about? Rosie, how's
he doing?
Rosie's 2 under. He's even today through 15, so not doing much in round 2, but he's 5 shots back of the lead, tied for 16th. He's in the mix. So there you go. There's the latest from round 2. You went with Xander Schauffele. He was your pick to win?
Yeah.
He was even yesterday, and he will tee off in about half an hour.
Good. He'll be -3 before the day's up.
Yeah, you're gonna.
It's not the weather's pretty good there right now.
Okay.
It's whatever the weather's supposed to be in that place for those people.
Royal Portrush.
No thanks. I would turn that down. Some of the birth of golf, some of these birthplaces of golf, to play at Pebble Beach any day.
Yeah, I'll take the American courses over the links golf bit that they have over there. I don't need to. I don't hit the ball straight. You and I were talking before the show. Like if you don't hit it in the fairway on this course, you're in trouble. And
I don't like bunkers sitting in the middle of the fairways, or the bunkers seem to be in the rough where I hit the ball.
What's the sand doing in the fairway? I hit a great shot and it finds sand. I mean, what's happening here? It's a joke. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. But I had not watched a single second of this golf. So that'll be my weekend,
I got
of
up this
course.
morning early and watched some of it.
Yeah, I was obviously in
The
Atlanta
USA
yesterday.
Network, so
There you
Golf
go. Yeah.
Channel.
I'll be locked in this weekend, and some big names nearing the top of the leaderboard. So that's good news if you want to post up and watch this weekend. All right, I promised the Eli Drinkwitz college football playoff proposal. Buck, did you see this?
I saw something about it yesterday, I believe.
So Eli Drinkwitz is the head coach of Missouri.
He
And
seems like a
Missouri,
very smart individual, or he thinks he's
he
smart.
is a weird guy. That's the
Okay.
best way I can describe him. He is a weird guy, and he rubs some people the wrong way, and he takes some shots, and at times he's been a little thin-skinned. He actually spent some time talking about how he no longer is going to care what people say about him, which I'll believe that when I see it. But he is one of the weirdest coaches in this conference, and I would argue one of the weirdest coaches in college football. He started his presser yesterday by making an Epstein list joke. So, like
No, serious?
yeah,
That's
he was
how
literally doing stand-up bits. I'll cut that up. We'll have it for Monday. But he was trying to do a routine in front of the media yesterday. But that's not what we're talking about here. He did pitch the idea of more playoff expansion. And I think we all know more playoff expansion is coming, right? We'll get to 14 teams, probably 16 teams starting in 2026. Feels like just a matter of when, not if, that's going to happen. But that's not enough for Eli Drinkwitz. He has pitched a 30-team college football playoff with play-in games, Buck.
What's he want this thing to go all the way till March?
He said, quote, "You're talking about an opportunity for 30 teams, 30 fan bases to be excited and engaged in giving revenue. You've got 30 teams with players who have access to compete for a championship. So for me, it makes a lot more sense." End quote.
What's wrong with that guy?
His argument, besides that, he says 44% of the NFL teams make the playoffs. We're only talking about 10% of college football teams making the playoff. If we go to 30, that's going to keep fan bases more engaged and encouraged, what he said. So
Hey, don't worry about the people that have to travel to the game. The fans. Hey, don't worry about those people.
Well, he's doing it for the fans. Look, he coaches Missouri. He knows, I'll give him credit. He knows his place, and he knows Mizzou's place. They're not going to make the college football playoff very often if it's only 12, 14,
No,
or 16.
they're not. Or 16.
Right. I mean, they haven't made it yet. Obviously, it was 4 every year until last year, and they didn't make it last year. Mizzou is Mizzou. They're not playing on the same playing field as Texas and Georgia and Alabama and LSU and some of these other teams around college football. So, he knows his chances increase. Obviously, everyone's chances increase of making it to the CFP if you have more teams. And he's saying that, you have more fan bases engaged. Like everyone, that's why people like the 12-team playoff over the 14 playoff. It's you can actually lose a game. Hell, you can lose 2 games and your season's not completely done. So he's saying that, the more teams you have, you can now lose 3 games, maybe even 4 games.
Tell
and
that
you
dude
won't
to
lose
just take
these
his
fan
team
bases.
take it to the Sun Bowl or something and enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the argument people use for like NCAA tournament expansion in basketball all the time. It's like, well, yeah, we have 68, but like the percentage of college basketball teams that make it is way less than the percentage of NBA teams that make their playoff, and NFL teams that make their playoff, and MLB teams that make their postseason. So, like, that's what Eli Drinkwitz is doing here. And he's right, like 14 of 32 NFL teams now make the postseason.
We know the numbers. We got the numbers game down.
And right now, what is it, like 12 of 133 that make it in college football? That's 9%. So if it's 30 of 133 teams, what would that be? 22%? So his argument is that's still like half as much of the NFL, so why won't we do it? And my argument is, shut up, bitch.
That's nuts.
Like that's ridiculous.
We
man.
all love football. That's a lot of football.
Like 30 teams we're talking about. Could that get a 7-5 team into the playoff?
Well, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to. If you have a winning season, he's trying to get most teams in with a winning season.
And then play-in games.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how that would work. Maybe if you're like, 4th or 5th or 6th in your conference, you play in a play-in game to see if you can make the playoff.
Or maybe you play another conference with one of their play-in teams to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the easy joke is that's the only way Mizzou would ever get in. But, I don't know. That, to me, that's what the regular season is for.
And he started out with an Epstein joke, Jeffrey Epstein. That is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
What a clown.
The regular season is for determining which teams are actually worthy of a spot to compete for a national championship. You don't need to – it's already been devalued. You don't need to devalue it that much more.
No.
That's almost tripling the amount of teams that are in it right now. You don't need to do that at all because that's like, why? I don't want to say why would you even watch because people are still going to watch, but like, why would you even watch?
I'll watch at the end.
Right. I mean, it's like, they're Astros fans and Chiefs fans. Like Chiefs fans in football and Astros fans are like, we know we're making the playoffs. We don't need to watch till the postseason. If you get to 30 teams in the playoff, if you're a Texas fan, if you're a Georgia fan, if you're an Ohio State fan, I'm good. I can miss a couple of Saturdays because I know
it's almost like, why are you playing the regular? What are you playing the regular season for?
Yeah. So that's bad. I mean, there's been some bad CFP takes and just some bad takes for what college football should do with its future. That to me is one of the worst ones that we've had.
Did they ask this guy, hey, quit being an idiot up here?
No one asked. No one said, hey, coach, can you stop being a dumbass, please?
Yeah. Hey, can you stop it, please?
I don't think that question was ever posed to him.
Go work on your offense that has 0 offensive players returning.
Yeah, we'll get some sound from Eli Drinkwitz on Monday about this and about some of the other things that he had to say. But again, wow. He was trying to be funny guy yesterday, and I don't think it worked very well.
Was he taking the place of the Oklahoma coach, trying to be the funny guy?
To me, he's trying to take the place of Steve Spurrier, right? And Steve Spurrier, like the last funny, like really funny SEC coach who. And with Spurrier, he's pretty natural at it. Like he was good at bits, and he took a lot of shots. Hell, he's still taking shots now in his 80s.
I know.
That's just like who he is. That's who he's always has been. So that's normal for him. It seems like Eli Drinkwitz is like trying to be that guy.
Trying too hard, dude.
Go win some games, coach. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. More to get into in the world of football. We got to get into some NFL conversation. The price tag for Micah Parsons just went up. Way to go, Gary. But before we dive into that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
We say hello to Shelby over at Syntex Tickets for all your ticket needs, whether it's concerts, basketball games, hey, WNBA, maybe a little MLS All-Star tickets. Get that at Syntex Tickets. Use the promo code Syntex10 and get 10% off of all of your tickets. But Broadway shows, anything out in Vegas, maybe some NBA Summer League games, maybe get a little bit of money off of that with Syntex Tickets if you like. But they've got it just for you. Don't forget that promo code, folks, Syntex10.
Yes, Syntex10. You type that bad boy in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase at syntextickets.com. And now a word from one of our great friends and one of our great travel partners for our trip to Atlanta. Here's Tom McKay and the crew at AV Consultations.
Hey everyone, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Cool. And don't
There you
forget
go.
Woods Comfort Systems, folks. Now, that air conditioner, you're going to need it next week as the temperature starts to rise around here. You want to make sure it's working properly. Call on Woods Comfort Systems. Their technicians will come out and make sure that you get what you need. And that's going to be cool air starting next week, I believe. But they also do plumbing and heating. So when it's time for winter to roll around, make sure your heater's working properly. Woods Comfort Systems, close to 70 years of service in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, 512-842-5066, the phone number to call. Buck, before we dive into the NFL conversation,
Yes, sir.
I'm at a little screen share here. This was on Netflix last night.
I'm talking some wishbone talk.
There you go. Yeah, I didn't even know this was a thing. Last night, the SEC Network aired a documentary about the history of the wishbone offense, which, of course, dominated college football in the late 60s and 70s and helped Texas win 2 national titles around that time. And there you go. You were, I guess, interviewed on this.
Yeah, I followed Texas. You know, growing up, I followed Texas football. That's why I knew once I got into the coaching ranks, I wanted to be a running back coach at 2 places in my life. One of the 2, if I could get to. USC was one of them because that was running back U at the time that I was growing up. Great running backs went to USC and the University of Texas because I followed the wishbone. And, I mean, I loved to watch. I mean, I was the same age as Earl, so I grew up in that time with Rosie Leaks and the whole watch. James Street at quarterback. It was fabulous to watch them run the wishbone. That thing was – you talk about not being able to stop something. My goodness, between Oklahoma running the wishbone and Texas and Arkansas. I mean, that was, if you were a running back, if you were a fan of the running backs, that was great. There was no drop back passing. I mean, when a guy dropped back to pass, you were like, oh shit. I mean, it's almost like you turned your head because you wanted that dude to hand that ball off so that you wanted him to ride the fullback, hold on to the pitch as long as he could. You know, like Jerry Jones used to do when he was at Arkansas. Wait till he gets to the sideline and pitch it when he's over there on the bench somewhere. But I mean, I loved watching Texas football back in the day. I mean, I would turn on, and Texas was on a lot. You know, Big 8 football. They were on television every weekend. Between them and Oklahoma and Arkansas, those are the 3. I used to see them play all the time. You know, I know people are still loving Michigan football, what they call smash mouth, but the wishbone was it for me. And I said, boy, I'd love to be able to coach those runners someday at Texas, those type of runners, because they all seem to have come out of the great state of Texas, you know?
Yeah, obviously that offense worked well for Texas. You mentioned it worked well for Oklahoma. Hell, Barry Switzer was doing that into the 90s there.
Oh, yeah.
At Oklahoma. Bear Bryant used it a bunch when he was winning a bunch of national championships at Alabama.
And the quarterbacks were tough because they used to get rocked. I mean, you know, when they would ride that fullback in there, you know, over the guard and the tackle gap and then turn the corner and keep, they used to get crushed by linebackers when they thought they were running backs. James Street was a badass now.
Yeah, he was. What's the story behind this, Buck? Like, how did they find you? Did you reach out to them? How did this interview go down?
No, they called me up.
Okay. Who's they?
ESPN, the folks
Nice.
from ESPN, really, yeah.
They just hit your cell phone and were like, hey, we're making this documentary about the wishbone. Any interest?
Yep. And I was very interested. I was very interested in talk. You know, I mean, like I said, I followed Texas. It was fun.
How long was the conversation? And look, I'm going to watch this thing probably this
Probably
weekend.
Probably about 40 minutes.
Okay. What kind of stuff did they ask you? Just about all that?
Yeah, I mean, God, who was the other quarterback? Marty Akins. Talked about Marty Akins at Texas, and Marty was maybe, I'm going to say Marty. Him and the quarterback at Oklahoma were the 2 best at running the wishbone. But Marty Akins was a baller, man. That dude could go. He was special at quarterback. He was a magician. I mean, his ball handling was awesome. James Street was a tough dude, but Marty Akins was a magician with the ball.
You know what Marty Akins is most known for now with the kids?
Isn't his daughter married to Sergio?
That's it. Being the father-in-law for Sergio Garcia.
Yeah.
Live Golf legend. Everyone's favorite tour, right?
No, not everyone's. Just yours.
Yeah, Chip and Zay actually talked to Chip Reeves, the director of this, yesterday on the show. Caught a couple minutes of the conversation, but it's worth listening to. And it sounds like, I did not watch this. This aired for the first time last night on the SEC network, but I'm sure it'll be available on demand, and I'm sure they'll be replaying it a few times over these next few weeks. But, it's called Wishbone, exploring how the Wishbone offense altered the course of college football history. The Bucky.
Yeah, DKR, Del Royal gave that up to a lot of people. He gave up the Wishbone. He gave a lot of his secrets up to Barry Switzer and the likes. I mean, he really did. He had that thing down, but he gave it up pretty much.
Man, look, Chip was a part of this thing too.
Oh, yeah.
How about that? TSU well represented in this new documentary. Good stuff right there.
I think that thing's about 2 years old, I believe.
What is?
Maybe it's just that's been out before.
No, it debuted yesterday.
Really? Was that seriously? Because obviously they've sent me stuff on it.
You had the conversation 2 years ago?
I didn't just do that. That was like 2 years ago.
Wow. I know it takes a long time to put those together. I figured it wasn't yesterday. I figured it was like, I don't know, 8-10 months ago or something, but
no, that was close to 2 years ago.
Well, they spent a lot of time on it.
I was at that other place.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow. That long ago.
Yeah.
That's like more than 2 years ago then.
Yeah. I mean, that was a while back. I did that. I was on the east side at a bar that they had that we did. That's where we did the show at. Had the interview.
Apparently Rod B was a part of that thing too. That's pretty cool. All right. I got to check that out. But congratulations, sir. You are now a Hollywood star.
I'm in Title IX. I was on the Title IX ESPN, the Title IX deal.
Why?
For Texas.
You hate women.
What are you talking about? Come on.
What do you talk about every day on this show?
I didn't even mention a woman today. I've been so positive. Oh, I did say something about my wife, didn't I?
Yeah, you did say you don't ever want to talk to your wife, and she's a nag and a bore.
Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah.
So. No. I did some stuff on Title IX because of my daughters.
Sure. What'd you say about that?
That was okay.
You said that you're trying to get a WNBA team in Austin called the Austin Aprons.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
Who said that?
Did you say you want them out on the court playing with oven mitts?
What is going on? Why are you making these things up?
No, it's on tape.
It is? We do have
find.
that?
I'm here to tell you that neither of us could run for office anytime soon. I don't think you were planning on it. I can tell you I wasn't planning on it, but
no, I'm not planning. No, thanks.
We got too much out there, and it's on us.
I'm
it's not
living my best life right now.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's
moving up in the tee box. I'm living my best. I'm having my dreams are coming true now.
Your dreams are coming true because you're moving up at the tee box, and now you're taking more money from your buddies.
Big deal. Went for a nice, every day going for a walk. I went out for a 2-mile walk yesterday, 2:30 in the middle of the day.
Mm-hmm. That'll do. The big man.
I'm much more careful. I'm doing rehab once a week to work on my balance so I don't fall on my face anymore. But I'm trying to live my best life at 70 right now.
I like that. All right, good for you. You've earned it.
Yeah, and this is a good time. I'm building putting greens for my grandkids so I can spend more time with my grandkids. I want to do that. I want to be present. While I can be present. I've got people around me that are starting to struggle at my age, BK, and I've lost some friends and some former guys that I coach with are struggling with some stuff like Parkinson's and some of the other things that start to affect people. I got to live it to my fullest. I got to enjoy it, and I don't want to be held back by something that I can prevent. If there's a way that I can prevent certain things, I'm doing it. just even I'm talking about what I eat, fish stew, I'm going to have my burgers. I'm going to get my ice cream, but I'm also going to take my right vitamins. I'm going to use the life alert on my wrist.
Shador, you're doing the Shador Sanders here, pointing to the watch.
Yeah, telling me when to stand and everything else. I'm just trying to keep up with that. I don't mind. I know there's a lot of people in this world that can't wait to get out of this world or things aren't going right. I got too many people around that I care about that I want to be around.
No, all those people care about you too. We don't want to see you go anywhere either.
Yeah, but I want to be able to live it, and I want to be able to live it where I can walk, and I'm never going to walk the golf course and put a bat, cart. I'm never doing that shit. That's not exercise to me. That's work.
That's stupid.
But the stuff I can prevent, if I can eat some of the right things and take some of the right the whether it's vitamin C or whatever it is, and do stuff like put a real hat on my head so that I don't get skin cancer. I'm going to do all those things. I want to do all those things to be around. I wasn't around much. I was around as much as I could be for my children, for my kids, because I coach, and I was gone. I mean, I was on the road, and I didn't bitch and I didn't complain, but that was part of my job. But now as a granddad, if I can be around them and go visit them and still be able to get on flights and do stuff, I want to do it. I want to do it, and I want to do it with a smile on my face.
There you go. It's the right mindset to have, right? Tomorrow isn't
Absolutely.
promised.
I gotta have that way.
Yeah, live each day like it's your last, do fun things that you enjoy, but also make sure you're doing the things that let you continue doing those well into the future.
Life is precious, man, and it is so, so sensitive. Like I said, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, sitting on those stairs looking at my grandkids and thinking about somebody losing their 8-year-old kid and stuff at a camp where they thought there was going to be the safe, and they've done it before and they've sent them there before.
Yeah.
And, and now we're going to argue about what we need to do to protect those kids. Do we need to have sirens? What do we do? What level of protection and how much the protection costs? Who gives a shit how much it costs?
It's a crazy world, man. Yeah.
Who cares how much it costs?
You never know, right? I mean,
no.
You never know when any day will be your last. So it could be
absolutely.
Your last, so, yeah. All right. Well, yeah. It's well said. I love hearing that. Speaking of present, TJ Watt's going to remain present.
Oh my goodness.
Pittsburgh for the second time in his illustrious career. He has become the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Yesterday, he reached an agreement on a 3-year, $123 million extension. That's $41 million per year, Buck, and it includes $108 million in fully guaranteed money.
Wow.
Again, the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the
guaranteed
league.
Money playing that position. I mean, that kind of guaranteed money playing a position where they take your knees out. You can get, you twist and turn your body. The contact is ridiculous. You're in awkward positions, and it's guaranteed, fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed.
Incredible.
Yep. And TJ Watt's been hurt a couple of times in his career. I mean, he's obviously incredible. He's one of the best pass rushers in this era of football. But he has dealt with a couple of injuries before, but he played his hand incredibly well. He's been pretty open about looking for an extension. And, he used other teams as bait, kind of flirted around a little bit and hinted towards being willing to leave Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh's like, nah, dude, we're not letting you go. What do you need? And they made it happen. So, yeah, way to go, TJ Watt's agent. Way to go, TJ Watt. And he's staying in Pittsburgh. And way to not go Jerry Jones, because, once again, the price tag for Micah Parsons has gone up.
Yeah, I think that's within 2 weeks that's going to be paid.
I mean, they've cost themselves, I don't know, $20 to $30 million.
Oh, yeah.
Just by not getting this done like 6 months ago, Like, if they get this done at the beginning of the offseason, hell, if they get it done last offseason, then they would have saved even more.
Absolutely right. They'd have been first out on the block. You're right.
Yeah, they let Max Crosby get a new deal. They let Myles Garrett get a new deal. Now they let TJ Watt get a new deal. And, it doesn't matter if you think Micah Parsons is as good or better than any of those guys. We know how it works. Market resets every time someone gets that new deal. And when you're next up and you're like in the conversation of best player at your position, you're usually going to break the bank and reset the market and become the highest paid guy at your position. So that's what's about to happen.
That's nuts. I mean, that learning curve, that's kind of ridiculous that you haven't learned a damn thing, you know?
Yeah, and Micah Parsons, by the way, I'm sure his agent knows this, but Micah Parsons had more pressures than TJ Watt did last year, despite missing 4 games. Micah Parsons also had the highest double team rate in the NFL last year and was still really good. So he's really good. And again, it's just the Cowboys being lazy. It's the Cowboys being the Cowboys. It's not new. It's not surprising. And it's why they
And
don't
you're right.
win.
And you're
Why they don't
absolutely
win.
right about that.
Why
That's
they
just
don't
them
win,
being.
Buck.
They want to be heard from some way, somehow. They want to keep it going before camp starts. They should have had this done before anything. But now they're going to wait. Like you said, I said it's going to happen in a matter of 2 weeks. No, it's not. They're going to camp. Aren't they in camp this week? Aren't NFL teams coming this weekend?
Yeah,
Most of them.
they're headed to Oxnard pretty soon. So, the Cowboys, I think you said it'd get done by July 4th, right? That was your prediction a month ago, and we didn't get that done. And we'll see by training camp, by the preseason, and then obviously by week 1. Those are sort of your next deadlines for this thing to get done. And Micah hasn't held out to this point. I don't know if he will as we get closer to the year, but the Cowboys they're screwing themselves, dude. It's not what good organizations do, and it's why the Cowboys aren't a good organization. Well,
is that dude going to show up to camp? He's not showing up to camp, is he?
I don't know. He showed up to the optional stuff, so I think he will. But I don't know. He could pull a fast one on us and say, "Yeah, I'm actually not going until I get a new deal." So good for Micah Parsons, man. Again, he's. I'm sure part of this is on him. I'm sure they've had talks, and maybe Micah's been patient, and his agent has been patient, and they've kind of known that other deals are going to get done, and felt like they could leverage this into a bigger payday.
TJ have the same agent too, don't they?
That I don't know. That I don't know. We do know that Micah Parsons has the same agent as Deshaun Watson. Remember,
Mulligetta?
David Mulligetta, yeah, who's one of Texas grad, one of the biggest super agent in the NFL these days, and he does a good job, man. Look at the deal he got to Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. So that guy's pretty damn good, and we know Jerry Jones already pissed him off once.
I wonder if my teammate, my old teammate at Boston College, is still an agent, Tom Condon. He was one of the big time agents for a long, long time. Tommy, I haven't heard Tom Condon's name in so long. Well, I heard more about Lee Steinberg still being in the business than Tom Condon.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Lee Steinberg's still Patrick Mahomes' agent, no?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, that's why you hear about Lee Steinberg a lot. I'm sure he has a few other big clients, but he's got the best player in the world on his staff right now, or on his payroll right now. I have no idea who Tom Condon is. I'm not going to lie to you.
There was a big offensive tackle that played a bunch of years with Kansas City Chiefs, but he became a sports agent, and in the early 90s, late 80s, that guy was still going pretty strong in his business.
He's one of your boys from school?
One of our boys from Boston College, yeah.
Nice. All right.
A meathead, offensive lineman turned agent.
No, they're all meatheads. Offensive linemen and agents, I think, all have a little meathead in them. You got to be one or both of those things.
Yeah, Micah Parsons is like laughing right now. He's like, oh man, my bank just got bigger. What, are they not going to pay me?
I think they're going to pay him. I mean, the Cowboys always do end up paying. They don't spend a lot on external guys, but they always keep their own guys that they like. And Jerry Jones has been very open about liking Micah Parsons. So we saw it with Dak. We saw it with CD. We saw it with Trayvon Diggs. I think we're going to see it with Micah Parsons. They just wait because they want people talking about it. And
then Jerry can blame it on the media.
That guy needs to fall
cost me
off.
A lot of money.
That guy needs to fall off his yacht. That's what has to happen.
He needs to go on a cruise and fall off.
Yeah, we talked about that heroic dad who dove in after his daughter and saved her life a couple of weeks back. Like,
just need Jerry to fall overboard.
That guy ain't treading water for 20 minutes. I don't care if he sold his soul to the devil.
By the way, don't forget, it's Shark Week starting Sunday.
No, like for the third time this year, it's Shark Week.
It's been going on for like the last week. It's supposed to start this Sunday. It's supposed to be the official Shark Week start, but it's been already going for like 2 weeks.
I feel like
All I
Shark
see is
Week.
things about sharks. I don't like that. That's why I'm not a beach guy. That's why I'm not an ocean guy. I've not seen a shark at the lake yet.
No, they're not hanging around at the lakes. If they are, something has gone horribly wrong.
Well, I'll tell you, some of the bull sharks are starting to make their way into some of these places. Look out for bullies.
Well, in freshwater lakes?
Freshwater, yeah, bull sharks can get. I'm learning, BK. Bull sharks can get up there and get into some of that water, that brackish water, that in between. In some freshwater, they can take it. So look out.
Yeah.
Look out at your local lakes. You don't want to come.
Right.
You don't want to deal with that.
Maybe that's the lakes are closed right now. I'm afraid like what could have maybe gone into them with all the crazy storms we've had recently. You ever encountered a shark out on the water anywhere?
No, I was down at the coast, down at Rockport once in a stupid kayak, and one of those goopy dolphins came close to me, and I didn't know. I don't know the difference. I'm out there with my fishing stuff, throwing shrimp out there, and this thing comes right by my boat. Like, I don't see its nose. All I see is the fin. And dude, I almost absolutely shit in the boat, in the kayak. I was like, what am I gonna do? I'm out here like 200 yards. It's a nice day. I'm out off the dock. I'm out there. I'm 200 yards. I'm like, that's fine. I can swim back to that. And you can almost see the bottom right there. And I'm like, that's can't be a shark, can it? But all I see is a fin, and my eyes start to water because I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm just dead.
How do you not see that thing coming?
Dude, those little porpoises are creepy. They get all around. I've gone out on the coast, out to fish camp that's out there where some houses are on stilts and stuff, and they come by the boat and you don't see them hardly. They can creep by the boat. They're smooth. They're smooth operators now.
They're pretty big, dude.
Well, it should have been pretty big in that kayak because I'm not right at the level of that water there.
All right. I guess it depends on, how well lit the area is and what the water is like.
Believe me, the thing about it is I'm paying attention. Anytime I'm in that water, whether I'm in a boat or a kayak, and I have not been in a kayak since. And every year I give away a kayak at the Mullet Open just in honor of that, my little episode of that.
Don't dolphins usually stay near the surface of the water?
They do. They're
generally fins that's up. Their bit. They show their fins like a bunch. How do you not see them coming?
This wasn't jumping over. This wasn't flipper. It wasn't up on its back, on its fins.
It wasn't the Pacific Life. Oh, that was a whale. I think Pacific Life has the giant whale that they use.
Yeah, that's all I need.
I've encountered a couple of sharks in the Gulf of America. Don't forget to call it that.
Really?
Yeah,
while you were in the water, you saw it?
In kayaks, yeah. Going fishing with my old man. I mean, I've been able to see him far enough away to where it's like, okay, I am going the other way now.
Oh, you don't continue on when you see him. You don't continue in that path.
Well, a lot of the fishing we do is in lights, right? So you could see in the lights, you could see if there's a shark in that area. But I'm sure there are a bunch of times where a shark swam right next to me, and I was out in the dark, going from light to light, and didn't see. So. I try not to think about it. Like most people who are out there fishing or doing anything, try not to think about it. But they're there, man. They are there.
Dude, I saw some dude with bait on that was bringing it back to the boat, and the shark went out of the water, a little hammerhead, and went airborne into the boat. Ooh. Shark comes in the boat, I get out of the boat.
Is that a good idea, though?
No, it's not.
I don't know what you do. You just, if you have a kayak, you got the oar, you just start stabbing away at them. I've got something to gut the fish. Maybe I start.
That's why I'm a lake person. I like the coast. I like it. I pretend no, I don't spend a lot of time just out there in the ocean, just floating. You see people in Florida, California around just laying on their back, just floating around. I don't do that shit. I have a purpose. I go under, I come up, I get out. I don't stand around out there. I don't play volleyball. I don't play catch in the water. I go back onto the shore because when I was drinking, I had to just go to the cabana. I didn't even get on the beach. I just stayed where the bar seat was.
You ran into a porpoise? Did I hear you say that right?
No, I didn't run into it. He just came up beside me when I was in the car. He came right beside me, and I'm like, "Oh my God, what?" I didn't know what it was.
Let's bring the boys on. Wags lived in Hawaii for a number of years. I'm sure he's had some sort of encounters like
I
this.
never swim with sharks, man.
Did you see any around?
Oh yeah, oh for sure, 100. Hammerheads, tigers.
Oh,
you can swim. You can actually swim with hammerhead sharks. They're not aggressive. Tiger sharks are pretty aggressive. Usually, the tigers will feed off the hammerhead. I think I'm about to admit to something bad here. We actually used to use the hammerheads for the tiger sharks.
yeah, they're sort of there's not all the hammerheads aren't real big. Some of them you can
Exactly. They're
like
kind of big, but we wouldn't even. We'd kind of. I had a friend. I knew a guy that would cut them up. I knew a guy that would cut them up in chum. You know what I mean? And
you knew a guy
supposed to do that. That's against the laws. You're not supposed to chum it up. So.
Yeah, it was a friend. It was a friend of a friend. His name was Badam Sagner. Actually,
that's not accurate at all. So
I did see.
That's a little bit
Wags.
too close to home.
I saw a guy that had a bull shark on, and he was in a kayak, and the bull shark decided, you know what, that's enough.
So bull sharks are aggressive as shit. You said they're getting up in the fresh water?
Oh yeah. Oh, bull sharks will get up into the fresh water.
They're the ones that will go after you. They're the mean ones.
Yeah, and they're the big ones.
Yeah, they're pretty damn big.
No, Shark Week I always get a kick out of Shark Week because every year I see something different. That's unbelievable.
well, Buck, you keep talking about this fish stew. Why not a little shark stew?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not putting.
I don't know if I've actually we've gone tiger shark fishing, but we never really caught anything. And if in the one that we did catch, we put it right back into the ocean. Hell, like you mentioned, out in Hawaii, man, you're kind of in a sanctuary of tiger sharks and hammerhead sharks. I don't know if I've ever been out, ankle deep or whatever and had sharks swimming down my feet. Hawaii's pretty clear. You'd see if something would happen, right? And you'd see if you'd have a shark out that way. I have been scuba and snorkeling and saw a tiger and a hammerhead before. So.
No, thank you.
But usually you have a gun with you. You got a harpoon gun. So
no, I don't go in. I wouldn't go down for a free trip down in a cage. None of that shit.
You don't think sharks are like attracted to poon? How does that kill them?
Poontang. No, poon and poontang is different.
Oh, okay.
Poontang's got that smell on it. Got that twang smell. You know what I mean?
They can smell the menstruation like the bears can.
Dude, I'm not.
I was getting ready to say something
guy.
too,
I'm
Bucky,
a late guy. I remember I was, now we're talking about celebrations of 50 years of Jaws this year. And, I was in New England at that time, did some stuff. I did some stuff in Martha's Vineyard and in that area. But I'll just say this. That's when I was the lifeguard. And I used to have to remember, I told you the story, I had to go down and clean the pool. And back then they had the gear where they'd have the air hose would be up top. And guys are blowing weed into the air tank, my air tank, and it was filling up with smoke. And after I saw Jaws, I was down there like horrified in the pool.
He was Larry Tunsil in it, man.
Oh my God, it was awful. They're doing 50 years of Jaws, and that place, Martha's Vineyard, is still making money off of that damn movie. 50 years later,
Richard Dreyfuss.
Yes, he was in that. That was Steven Spielberg. I think that was Spielberg's first movie. Obviously, it was a big blockbuster. It was huge.
Wasn't Julia Louis-Dreyfus in that one?
No, she was in Thunderbolts though. I watched Thunderbolts last night for the first time.
Wags.
First Marvel movie that I've watched in a while, man.
I've got to go see Superman.
I heard it sucks.
No, really?
I heard it's 2 hours of Superman getting his ass whooped.
Oh, you mean doesn't he win? Does he win or does he just get beat up?
Apparently, like I heard Frisella talk about it too. And he was all over it, right? Apparently, Jimmy and Lois actually go and save Superman. They get in a jet, fly off to the Daily Planet, and save Superman.
Nah, that's not gonna work.
That's not gonna work for me, buddy. That's not gonna. You're effing Superman.
Nah,
Go
I
get
still
your
gotta go.
marketing with Dairy Queen, whatever you got to do. But
How woke do we have to be where the women are saving
Right?
Superman
Lois
now? Come
Lane is
on,
now
man.
fucking saving Superman. James
Oh.
Gunn,
No,
you
Jimmy
have
Olsen
ruined
cannot be
DC.
saving. Jimmy Olsen doesn't get a chance to save Superman. And now I saw he has a dog. He's got a stupid dog.
The dog saves the dog has a cape. The dog. What are we doing here?
What is it, Air Bud? Who is it?
Airbud with the dunks coming through.
No, we can't do
boy.
that.
The
I
kid
gotta
made
go
my
see it.
dog, no, I
Remember,
don't
I'm the
think
one who
so.
I saw Hellboy 2, so you know I'm going to go see Superman.
Hellboy 2, that's Perlman, right? Ron Perlman?
I don't know what it was. I went alone in the theater in the middle of the afternoon, way up in the top row. I must have looked like a creeper just to get out of the heat. I went to see Hellboy 2. I left and like 20 minutes into it. Once Hellboy had like a baby, I was like, I can't watch this.
Hellboy 2?
Yeah, I've only seen Hellboy 1. I didn't see Hellboy 2, but
Don't see it, Wags. Don't do it.
Oh my
Don't do
god.
it to yourself.
yeah, indulged in some Marvel movies last night, probably around 12:30 when all the sports was, well, there wasn't really much sports on anyways, but I was catching up on some of the late night West Coast watching a little bit of West Coast poker. I don't know if you guys are into that stuff or at all, late night poker scene, but anyways, there really wasn't much on last night, but I had to dabble in something, man. Yeah, sometimes I can't sleep, man. When you can't sleep, you got to keep trying to watch something. But
No,
anyways,
you watch the WNBA. If you have to watch something, watch the WNBA.
I tried. Ty's actually betting on it. Like Ty's watching.
That is so scary. That is scary.
Do it.
You're putting your money on
Bucky.
WNBA games.
I was
Bucky,
watching
two
Norm
Gs,
Chow
2 days ago.
in 3-card stud last night.
Wow. All right, listen, boys, have a great weekend. Be safe out there.
I got to see if
Later,
my
brother.
car works. I'll see y'all.
Yeah, get that.
Watch out for the sharks, man. Bull
See y'all.
sharks are getting up into the fresh water. So. Ty, what's up, my brother? How's everything out at the bank?
Good. How you doing?
I'm living the dream, man. What'd you get into last night, dude?
Got a haircut. Got a beard trim.
See that? I look at you, huh? How about you?
I really that money had to come in. So
so you had to wait for over 2 G's to come in just to get trimmed up.
well, it's like an $85 haircut. It's expensive.
Where are you going for an $85?
Well,
Do you get a beer?
The hair, yeah, you get beer, you get a massage. It's the hair. It's Finley's. Finley, they have them all around town.
Okay, I got you. All right, so
It's like a
Finley's is
chain.
notorious for that. I've been meaning that. Like, I've never been to Finley's. So I've been like, how does that? Do you drink the beer while you're waiting for your haircut? Clearly, you're not drinking while you're getting your hair cut, right? Because then the hair particles and follicles would, or just trims of the hair would.
I mean, you could be. I didn't get a beer yesterday.
You drink, and then you're drinking
Yeah.
hair.
No, it's getting a haircut in the middle of the day because I went on my lunch break yesterday. It's tough because I'm a big shower after, and even
same,
and they do like
yeah.
They do the layering with the like the blade, and like the entire time I was at work after, just going like this and like having like hair in my. He didn't do a great job of.
You don't stick your head out the window like a damn dog does and let the air blow.
I did, but I mean, it's a lot. There was a lot of hair like flying around here. So, but that was good. Didn't watch any sports last night. Really, I sprinkled on a little NBA summer league, but the WNBA is in their All-Star break, so
Right. I hear Caitlin Clark's not going to participate in the game or 3-point contest. So
well, she's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? Like, wouldn't you want to get better instead of? Oh, I think she was actually going to try to do the 3-point contest though.
Yeah,
like not like forego the game, but actually like try and play in some of the skill positions. Like I'm with you. Like if you're the Fever and you're trying to push for the championship here, you keep Caitlin Clark out as many exhibition stuff as you can, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the more eyeballs on that All-Star game, the more money there is for the league, more traction. So they probably want to have her out there. I have to ask you though, did you watch the ESPYs 2 nights ago? We didn't talk about it yesterday.
I watched a little bit.
I
watched most of them, honestly.
Did we talk about that yesterday?
We talked a little bit about it. We talked about Gillis' monologue and
the joke about the WBA.
Yeah, for sure. That was his friend.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
Matt
Frank's wife.
McCuster's wife. Yeah, no. Do you listen to that podcast? Matt and
Which
Shane's
is
secret
which is
podcast.
brilliant because no one effing knew. No one knew. You know what I mean? They were just like, "Oh, right on there." Everybody looked around and cheering for it. Even people in the WNBA, they cheered for it. They were just
No,
like,
it's
"Yeah, right on, man." No
that
one
landed.
knew, man. So this, like, and I think we talked about. Did we give the tip of the cap, like Gillis giving the tip of the cap to Norm Macdonald?
Yes, yeah. Now that
Okay.
it's been a long week
Been a
for
been a
me. So
froggy 48 hours for you after
now that we're
you going
talking
on a
about it,
bender,
yeah.
huh?
No, yeah. I mean, paying off bills yesterday, paying off
Oh, for
debts.
sure. Yeah, that's what it's like when you're living on the edge, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Living
but
on a
hey,
chip and share and a prayer, and the prayer comes in. That's what I'm talking about.
girlfriend's out of town this weekend. I'm gonna go out with
Look
the
at
boys
you,
tonight.
just having a circus at your place, huh? Things strategically placed all around the room, so you don't
Yeah.
even you don't even have to walk. You just kind of roll. You just kind of roll into it. You got shit paper on the floor over there, so you need to blow your nose. You just go, or the controller gets sweaty, or you know what I mean?
No, I'm definitely rolling into this evening after work. I probably won't even
God,
go
dude,
home.
what do you? I imagine you're doing a lot of hitting the sticks and shit like that. Probably like, walking in the clouds and then getting on the college football scene. So
That, I mean, I've been doing that all week with the gaming. I think I'm gonna drink tonight. I think I'll be heading over to Deep Eddy, getting a few pictures, and then getting dinner, then probably hitting the town after. So we'll see what happens.
So I think I am a little washed, right? The term washed now means you've kind of slowed down in gaming, right? Like you're just you don't have the top notch. You're not at your top optimal game, right? You're not on your game. No pun intended. A lot of these people have been coming at me and being like, "Jesus, dude, you're not scoring any touchdowns. You're only scoring 3 points." I swear I feel like I'm the only one that's actually playing by the rules. But anyways, what played a couple of games last night after we've readjusted the offense. I went with the multiple offense first, right? Had some pretty. I still run the option. I'm an option type of guy, right? It could be Tom Osborne and Tommy Frazier. And let's go, baby.
Sure.
Here's the thing: options are easy to key on, right? Especially if you have a stud defensive end that can basically shut down your quarterback and then get on out there with lateral movement and stop the halfback, or at least reroute him to go back 3 yards and then cut back up, right? And then usually the rest of the pursuit can get to the halfback by that point. If you run the UCLA playbook, you have the plays that you were doing. I wouldn't necessarily call them cheese plays, but when the tight end takes two little pivot steps and then does a release, the linebacker or whoever's on him can't catch up to him. I saw you do it. You went to it too late in your game last night on Twitch, but it started working. Like I think that's the play I'm going to use.
Let me explain. I didn't realize you were watching, so I went up early. And
then
I was up.
Yeah, you went up 7-0, right? And then he had a hellacious second quarter.
Well, so I went up. I stopped him the next drive, and then, like I said, my girlfriend's out of town. She's she's working for a family in the Hamptons for 3 weeks. So she's, living her bougie life up there, but I don't get to talk to her as much as I usually do because, we're big on talking on the phone after work and stuff. And she decided to call me in the middle of that game. And I don't know if I need to grow some balls or what, but I didn't want to hang up on her. So I handed off the controls to my roommate, who plays all day. So he's definitely better than me. So, but that
what's he do? What is his job?
He is unemployed right now. So his
job. Okay, so he's a streamer. He's an influencer.
His job is to play my ultimate team during the day and do all the challenges and get all the cards. And then I come home at night and my team's ready for me.
right on. Just rip open a couple of packs, bro. Get me ready.
Yeah, no, we're sharing an Xbox. We're sharing an account. So I'm like, I have last say on if who's playing or what's going on, but it's nice to have kind of
you're the CEO. I got you. You're the CEO. Oh my God. Speaking of which, did you see this story in the news circling around? The Coldplay CEO, Andy Byron is his name. Did you see this guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? You want to, and we'll talk about it. And say he issues a statement and an apology, like supposed sincere apology. We'll issue that here in just a couple of seconds. But I mean, one, don't put yourself in a situation like that, right? To where you can embarrass your family or do it. How about you just be a
good person,
a human being, and not a piece of shit, right? Two, like, are these people are supposed to be leaders in corporate America, and they're making stupid effing decisions. Like, you're probably in a suite, I would think, right? Since you're a CEO, you're a bigwig, you got a lot of, you're not paying for a run of the mill ticket. You're probably getting some type of a venue or something to where you can, have a little bit of the isolation camera right here. You can have your drinks. You're not bumping into people and getting all, crowded or whatever. You're a typical classy bougie New Yorker, right? Sal, if you know the kind, let me know and tell me if I'm right or not. But anyways, you're probably, that type of echelon. Okay. So why in the hell would you not think that a camera during, I don't know what song they were playing, but usually a lot of Coldplay songs are kind of like
slow.
I don't know, Chris Martin's a very like sad, romantic. I would call him a romanticist. Usually it's about a woman, right? Or it's about love. Usually he's writing about love. But yeah, like if you're having your moment or whatever, you would like to think, especially if you're in one of the higher paid venues, they're going to do isolation cameras or spotlights or go to a kiss cam or some shit like that. You would think this moron is out here just hitting on the side piece. Like, and apparently
the HR lady
works for him. The side piece is in the same company. And the lady right next to him, they all knew that the whole thing was going down. This has been going down for a while. It's shit show actual.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Unreal.
And I don't know if you have the apology in front of you, but that it makes it even better, at least the ending of it, because it clearly shows zero remorse for the situation.
And so, no, I actually have the apology. Since we're on it and talking about it, I'll pull it up here. Let me get this thing going. Let me put it in full screen. That way we can see it better. I guess I can honestly just enlarge it if I have to, but let me pull this up. Okay, control, I believe it's plus. Nope. There we go. Begging your pardon, guys. Nope. No. Sorry, I don't know what that. I'm pressing the wrong hotkeys right now. Apologies. I got a whole bunch of shit coming up. Anyways, here's a statement from Andy Byron right now. Oh shit! I opened up my OBS, so things might fire off. I might have a couple of camera angles for a second. Just bear with me, okay? I pressed some wrong short keys. All right. Statement from Andy Byron, the CEO of the Coldplay CEO. We're just going to call him the Coldplay CEO. I want to acknowledge the moment that has been circulating online. I'm going to have to pull my glasses up for this one. That has been circulating online and the disappointment it's caused. What was supposed to be a night of music and joy turned into a deeply personal mistake playing out on a very public stage. I want to sincerely apologize to my wife, my family, and the team of Astronomer. I guess that's his business that he runs up in New York. You deserve better from me as a partner, as a father, and as a leader. This is not who I want to be or how I want to represent the company I helped build. I'm taking time to reflect, to take accountability, and to figure out the next steps, personally and professionally. I ask for privacy as I navigate that process. Here's the kicker, right? I also want to express how troubling it is that someone that should have been in a private moment became public without my consent. I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about that's the kicker. I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, lights will guide you and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. That is from the song Fix You. But yeah, I mean, like, this guy just doubled down and not only was he an absolute shitbag to do this to his family, he comes on and then says, dude, have the decency to not put my spectacle out and make it public. Dickhead. Don't be unfaithful. Don't do that to your family. Don't be an asshole. And clearly it was going on for a while because everybody knew about it, Ty. Everybody knew about it. And then gets an attitude with the artist and then uses the artist's own language or uses the artist's own words to try and salvage shit. Get the F out of here, man. It's people like this that ruin the effing world, man. And I probably, he could probably be a decent dude all somewhere down the road, but this is a definite stain on the asshole's character. And clearly, if you're willing to do this to the people you love, what are you willing to do to the people that you don't know?
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't expect like privacy when you're in a public area, and even worse, a concert where you know these kind of things happen. It's like going to a sports game and getting on the jumbotron and being like,
"That's exactly what it is." I hope we can think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. Think more deeply. Think more deeply about your effing family, dickhead.
Yeah, no, and I'll play devil's advocate here, where I do understand the sentiment there, because I mean, we have seen like the Ole Miss girl thing that happened earlier this year, or like
the what?
With the Ole Miss girl that allegedly hooked up with her boyfriend's dad.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, that did happen though, right? That went down.
Well, they all released statements and were like, none of this, blah blah blah. My life's ruined. Like, which, if it's not true, yeah, like, I'm gonna remember that girl's name probably for at least the next 5 years, just because that was such a ridiculous story. And it became nationwide news. It's like,
Andy Byron's trying to dip out of the public limelight. I don't think people are gonna forget Andy in a while. I mean, people don't even know the woman that he had the affair with. Apparently, she's married too. But I mean, don't quote me on that. I don't have all the ins and outs. I don't have the soap operas. What is it? One Life to Live in General Hospital, shit like that, or no Days of Our Lives. I don't have the Days of Our Lives script there for that one. Anyways, yeah, I mean that's been circulating, all the socials here. That's how slow it's been in sports, to where we have now deemed this guy the Coldplay CEO. All right. So
I mean, yeah, these are the stories of the summer. It's the little things that keep us going.
Stories of the summer. Yes. Stories of the summer. Oh, I mean, we also got the top 5 to get into. We'll get into that in just a couple of minutes here. But yeah, top 5 sex positions. So hopefully you guys are ready to have a good time. But hey, also, I wanted to expand on this. We were talking a little bit of the college football 2026 video game pretty extensively and heavily this week, because we're trying to get this league going. We put it out there on Twitch and our socials yesterday. I will see if we can get the TSU handle to retweet it. But we also, I listed, Ty, Zay, Will, Jordan, all the people that are going to be in the league. We're doing an online dynasty league, right? Now, there will be rules here. We'll probably copy, not so much of a carbon copy of the same league that Ty and I are kind of in, but kind of like a generalized template of, online rules of what you can and what you can't do, teams you can be, teams who you can't be, just so we don't have everybody trying to get Texas, because that's what, ultimately people will be fighting and being like, no, I want to be, Texas this year or Texas that year. I want to run that dynasty. So you set some rules in place just to kind of mitigate that. But yeah, we want to extend the invite out there to see how many teams that we can get. Would love to have at least 12. That'd be fantastic. But, you go week through week, try and advance, every 2 days or every 48 hours, be like week 1, depending on the size of the league.
Let's fill this puppy up. 32. Come on.
What's that? Man, that's a lot of teams, man. If we can get that many, that would be fantastic. That would be great.
It's working out. It's working out the one we're in.
No prizes at the moment. It would be really cool to have a sponsor for it, but that's kind of like the idea. But all in all, it would just be fun to get with the Texas Sports Unfiltered family and hit the sticks and get a little college football action going down in the dog days of summer while we're waiting for college football kickoff.
Well, I'm sure at the minimum, I'm not going to make promises for your show, but like the national championship winner could come on for a segment of the chaos theory.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's at least that can happen, right? 15 minutes. Come on the show and talk about your domination and ass kicking and what makes you the best college football player in all of the land here. Or I guess all of what
the virtual land,
broadcast land. Oh man. All right, let me check out a couple of these comments here before we get to paying the bills and hearing from some of our sponsors here. Ike checking in right on. We got you there. Hunter, I'd love to get Hunter's ass on LSU. Have him as the Bayou Bengals going in there and playing some college football. Mentioned to him a few times. Good gamer there, Hunter folks. Yeah, so all you game. Patrick says he hasn't even taken his PlayStation out of the box. What's going on? You got a PS5? And you're not even you better hurry up and get the value out of it, or you're gonna lose everything when it goes to the PlayStation 6.
Or keep it sealed for 20 years and sell it for like $10,000.
That doesn't work anymore,
dude. I don't even collect video games, but on Reddit I follow these like subreddits, and one of the main ones is the old Pokemon games.
Yeah, but that you're talking about a game versus a console. Right.
Well, and the consoles too. Like these, okay, think about this. How long ago did the DS come out, or like the 3DS? That was what, like 10, 15 years ago?
I don't even know.
Okay, well, my example here, the 3DS is going for like $600, $700.
An old ass like
DS.
Old generation
Nintendo
graphic
DS.
Handheld game is going for $600. Are you serious?
Well, they don't make them anymore, and they break. And then, like, if you can get a 3DS,
like how new can it, brand new, like in the box?
No, like I'm talking $600 used. Good
refurbished?
condition, just good condition. Like
that's crazy.
If you got one in a box, that would probably be like $2,000. So
$2,000. I'm trying to find this right now.
It's that there's a huge market for that stuff out there. It's insane. I'm sure you remember when I was big into the card collecting game.
You were doing the rips, right? Ripping packs.
Yeah, it's collecting video games. I think is a little bit more safe because you're not really what you're buying. There's not as much risk there, but it's definitely like. It's a huge market for those old games, and even like I said, like DS games and stuff like that.
That's like what do they call them? What were those digital tokens or digital things that people were buying a couple of years ago?
NFTs.
NFTs, yeah, right. Like, are those things aren't even going around, right? Like, people were buying images, like, oh, look at this awesome art image. If you save it, sit on this, put it in your vault, it's going to be $2,000 here in like a day.
There's more value to something that's like actually tangible and you can hold and admire. And like, I'm not the guy that
an idea of something that you can just look at, right?
But yeah, my issue with collecting is I don't have patience. So once I get something good, I just want to flip it and buy it and try to get something better. It's the gambling addict in me, but it's like, oh, well, I got this. Well, I can get something better. I can get something better. And that's why I had to get out of that game. But yeah.
What about the week 0 pool party at Wags' crib? Hey, we can make that work. So we've changed up the pool design just a little bit. It's not going to be a curvature pool. We're thinking with going with the rectangular pool so that we can have a little bit of a dog lounge. Yeah, the dog's getting priority here. We're having like a little bit of like I wouldn't call it a wade pool either. I guess kind of like ankle high water. You know what I mean? Maybe where you can just kind of like chill and set like a lounge chair in and put like an umbrella there if you want it. But anyways, it's basically for Rocky. It's so Rocky can lay down and be on his belly and then get out of the pool and then go roll around in the grass. Honestly, like Rocky has been the whole motivation and inspiration for all of this, right? Like we saw him get into a baby pool and we'd be like, oh, it'd be really nice to have a pool out here. It's really, it's really hot. Like Bianca's terrified of the water, but Rocky, absolutely loves it and just plunges into it. We're actually going to probably have to teach him to not drown himself. That's the thing. So he's been the inspiration in the whole, reason why we're getting the whole pool. But yeah, week 0, Iowa State versus Kansas State. Let's get it going over at Wags' Casa de Wagner there.
Well, hell yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, real quick before we get to the rest of the show and get to the top 5 and stuff, let's hear from a little bit of our friends and sponsors out there. Let's go out to the Kingdom of Chariots out in Covert Bee Cave. Here they are.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are right outside of our Fairburg of Austin. You will find them just on 71. Covert Bee Cave, that Kingdom of Chariots that I always talk about. Make sure you're going out there and tell them the boys from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Also, there's a storm in town. That's right. When the storm comes, Hurricane Heck Law Firm follows right behind it. When the lawyer's in town, when a new lawyer in town, the storm hits, you give him a call, man. It's Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just the lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through. Hook 'em. And he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. You're injured in a car wreck, the dog bites you, or you got heart on the job, it doesn't matter. You got to give Ryan Heck a call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade, and you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless Hurricane Heck puts the money in your pocket, the green in your loin right there. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local businesses, local families, and local sports. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, and he's a fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow the door wide open. Give him a call today, 512-938-8928. Again, it's 512-938-8928. Hit the website up, the email, ryan@hecklawfirm.com. Again, that email is ryan@hecklawfirm.com. Tell him we sent you as well. Ty, my guy. How versed are you in the bedroom? Do you get an injury in the bedroom?
Recently, that's been more of a concern for me as I've been aging.
Wait, stop. I was kidding. What?
Dude, I mean...
What do you mean? Like you're getting too... You got to do stretches?
There's cramping.
You're stretching the wrong thing, Ty. You're stretching the wrong thing.
I know. I'm mostly joking, but... not as much. I'm not the.
No, I mean, I throw my back out at times too. Here, I throw my back out at times too.
I'm not the athlete I used to be. So.
I mean, I can only think of like some of the gymnastics. We used to get crazy, you know, back in the day. But I mean, it's. You'll be able to tell with my list. Like, been married for 20 years. You know what I mean? Over 20 years. You know what I mean? So. You go with what works. But anyways, it's, without further ado, we'll bring it to you guys. It is the top 5, right? The top 5 here on Chaos Theory. It will be chaotic. It's something that my guy, Rodney Rodriguez, is probably going to enjoy. I wish that he was here. We could maybe get a menage a trois, a little trio here, a little 3-way going around with Rodney. But unfortunately, he is in Mexico. He's probably, if we all know Rodney, he's probably poolside right now. No sunblock on, just burning up, probably already peeling like a lobster. He's probably got that dark brown red to him already by now, right? It's starting to bronze up, and he ain't even hiding it. He's just probably got these big ass sunglasses, these big ass aviators on. He's just eyeing up all the pool candy right there. I mean, no embellishment about it, no embarrassment about it either. He is just letting it all hang out there. Just, yeah, girl, I'm looking at you, mama. looking at you. He would have enjoyed this conversation that we were about to have. Top 5 sex positions, Ty.
I might have to whisper. Here.
So I was gonna say, like, is this a safe for work conversation? Right? Are you going to be? Of course it's not. Are you going to be able to have this conversation where you're at? How loud am I projecting in your office?
Here, hold on. Let me just turn you down because thankfully we're not on the computer because I've had to
Oh,
Okay,
we're on your phone. You've had some issues.
We're on my phone. Yeah, no, I've been having Wi-Fi issues here for some reason with StreamYard. But okay, so are we doing 5 to 1?
We're doing our
one?
5 now. It look favorite top 5 set, not the ones that work on the internet, right? Your favorite top 5.
Okay, number 5. Let's just go with good old missionary.
Missionary, okay, missionary can work. All right, missionary, it
gets the job done.
It's the base package, right? It's usually how things kind of get nestled, get started a little bit here. Missionary didn't make my list, but you're right. It does. It's a clutch moment. It usually happens. But I have some, I guess, some of the traditional ones on the list too. But usually you go with what works, right? And if missionary works for you,
sure.
We can rock with that. Have you ever heard of the flying squirrel?
Maybe, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
These are favorite positions, all right? Favorite positions. The flying squirrel. Have you ever heard of the flying squirrel?
No. Can you act it out for me?
And I don't know if I can act it out because she works from home. So your boss is here too, and my boss is here today too because she works from home on Fridays. Okay, so I have to be a little bit quiet too. All right, but what's funny is what's funny. Now I'm going to pull the curtain back a little bit here and talking about this. I let my wife know that we were kind of talk about this today, but we were talking about it last night. She's like, sex, like what? So what's your favorite? What's she wanted to know my favorite, and I was just like, honest. Well, I'm not gonna spoil it. All right, I told her my favorite. She told her favorite. She told me her favorite, and it happened to be the same position. I was just like, that's it makes sense. The math. It's the reason why we're so good at it, and why we've been married for. It's a tie. I'm not even gonna bullshit you. It's probably saved our marriage, right? Like the only reason why we've been married for so long is because we're so compatible in the bedroom. I
love that for you.
I love it for me too, buddy. Thank you. I love it for it has been a wild ride. It's been a fun ride. But yeah, so I think you guys are already beating us to the punches. Please list all of your favorites, right? Your top 5s, right? All in one. Like I mentioned this yesterday, put it all in one comment. Okay. Please don't make it like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's going to flood the lines here, right? We love all the interaction and all the involvement with it, but please just make it all one comment. We'll read them. We'll read all of them out to you. We promise. All right, Jack. What's up, Jack? We see you, buddy. All right, here we go. What is this? All right, first off, I'm going to need some explanations. All right, what is the Cincinnati bow tie? So I like the flying squirrel. I don't know if you know what the flying squirrel is, but the flying squirrel is where I guess it's technically the assisted flying squirrel, right? It's a rendition of doggy, but
do you need a sling for this, or what?
No. So picture fully laid down horizontal on the bed. Your partner is right. They're stomach down, and their legs are pulled up, right? But you're pulling their legs up. So their legs are kind of like bent up that way, not in an awkward position, but it's so that you can get more. Instead of pulling the hair, you're kind of like pulling on the legs.
Okay, haven't
it's called the flying
experience with that one, but
flying the squirrel. It's good to change things up a little bit every now.
No, definitely. This is going to be very, very good for my relationship. Thank you. All right.
Flying squirrel.
So we doing snake draft? So you got another pick, right?
No, I was just gonna turn it over rotisserie to you. Just kind of roll it over to you.
Okay, let's I got one.
Oh wow, I thought you would have this off your list.
No.
I thought you had.
No, well, I've been thinking about it. I didn't write it down. I kind of wanted it to happen in the moment. That's the most.
This also isn't a list that you can have just laying around your office.
No.
Right?
Let's go Throne of the Amazon.
What?
Throne of the Amazon. Just
that I don't know that one.
Google it and you try to explain it.
Dude, you have to explain it.
Okay, anyone out there, Google is going to do a bad job of explaining it, and I can't really explain in too much detail. But
okay,
man, woman, but the man's legs. I'm sorry. Maybe we should have picked something else.
You're doing I would love to see if your coworkers are looking at you right now.
No, that's the issue. Is I can't see. I can't see.
All right, so those of you guys that are on the Coda text line and can't see, Ty is trying to explain with his hands some sex positions here. But those of you guys that don't know what's going on, like Ty has windows in his office where people can also see him too, right? And he's got to be very quiet. This is a not safe for work conversation that we are having. We tried to sneak it in on the Friday. We could have gone with female coaches, but you said no. We spin the wheel one more time. Ty, you like to gamble. It's come back to bite you in the ass. You're not getting out of this one. What is the Amazonial snot? What are you talking about?
It's called Throne of the Amazon. And if you want to know what it is, just throw it in Google. There's apps out there that'll have little cartoons to show you. Like there's all. I'm not going to be able to explain it, but I've thrown it out there a few times, and it's
okay.
Think of it kind of as a more complex leapfrog situation.
A what?
Like a
leapfrog? Oh,
like a frogger.
Oh, yeah, I've done that. I just didn't know what it was called.
No, but there's more. I
honestly thought that was called downward dog. To be honest,
no. There's more into it. I really, you don't have to do it now, but after the show, I want you to Google it.
I will do it. The Google will be. I've probably seen this multiple times. I just haven't.
No, it's a crazy one. I doubt you have.
I just don't know the names. Usually, I'm pretty basic with my. I thought maybe flying squirrel was probably the craziest I had, honestly.
No, this one is definitely the craziest. It's not my favorite, but it's good to throw out there. But
okay.
You're up.
Number 4. Usually this is up on everybody's list. This is probably like a top one that usually people would like, I would think, but it's not on. It's on my list. It's just not one of the better ones. Reverse cowgirl.
Yeah,
like, and that's a very. I feel like that's a very common or a very popular position or theme that people
you have to have some talent on the other side of things for that to really work out.
Also, like so for me it's about seeing my partner as well. Like I love looking at my partner's back, like my wife's back, but also like if you have a mirror, it's probably fantastic. You know what I mean? Like if you have a mirror like at the end of your bedside, it's probably amazing, right? But ultimately, like the reason why. Go ahead.
My room freshman year of college had one full, like one of the walls was a mirror, and then the ceiling was a mirror. So it was like double. Yeah, no, but I was a little too young to. That's where it's at. I was a little too young to realize what I had.
Hold on, we got guys. Chill. We got some sports sound. We will get to the sports sound, but the top 5 we were trying to get sponsored sports, so we have to do the top 5. We spun the wheel. We have to give the top 5 out there, right? The reverse cowgirl, that's my 4th. Ty, what's your 3rd?
Pro bone.
What?
Prone bone.
What's prone bone where you're just lying flat on the stomach?
Yeah, just
okay. Like basically like she's just flat on her back. Okay, prone bone's my 3rd. Okay. Prone bone's my 3rd. All right, number 2.
Let's do like an off. Can this is really kind of exposing me.
This
here
is
for my lack of
2025.
creativity.
We can kind of do whatever you want under consent.
Well, okay, I'm just gonna move to like an off the bed missionary. Or a more in a different like a more leveraged location.
Sure. A missionary off the bed. We go from Amazon to missionary off the bed. I got you.
I mean, if
vertical wall sex is good. Like where you wrap the legs around you and go vertical wall sex. That's good, right?
Yes.
Not on my list. Too much work. I'm throw it back out, throw a disc out. In my middle age.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely reaching. I'm reaching here. I should have thought about this besides the 2 minutes before, but Yeah, I'm gonna go with missionary with leverage. Let's call it.
Missionary with leverage. Gotcha. I would just usually call it the wall, vertical wall mount. I don't know. Let's vertical wall mount this thing, baby. Let's get it. Number 2 for me, it's classic doggy, right? Like doggy's fantastic. Like it hits the spot.
That's number 1 for me. It's number 1 for me.
All right, doggy's number 1 for you. Number 1 for myself and my wife. Classic cowgirl. Cowgirl's fantastic, right? Reverse cowgirl would be fantastic if we had a mirror or whatever. My wife is absolutely gorgeous, just and she was blessed with natural assets, right? People pay for her assets. Okay.
Fair.
I like to look at everything that she has got when we are having sex. And I'm sure she's going to love this episode. I'm sure our sponsors are going to love this episode. But anyways, it happened to be on the top 5.
I've seen your For You page.
This is chaotic and wild as it gets here on a Friday, but yes. So the thing that I love classic cowgirl so much is just, it's probably the angle that it's, and one, it always works. Like, she wins and I win. We always, it's just, it's a very successful position. Okay. And also, we just, I don't know, it's the attraction for me. Like, I want to be able to see, what I'm looking at, and especially if my wife is blessed in the chest, I like looking at it, and she's beautiful. She's got a beautiful face. I like watching that too. So I don't know. That's classic cowgirl's my number 1. I know you guys probably thought it was going to be all kinds of crazy, like alien shit. You guys are probably more crazier stuff out there. But to be honest, guys, when you've been married for over 20 years, you go with what you know, and you go with what works. Right.
Just look up the Throne of the Amazon if you need something spicy.
Well, I will look up the Amazonial throne babes. I will definitely look them up.
Yeah, well,
absolutely. All right, let me go back and see a couple of your all's comments here. We'll start from who approved this with Hunter here. Hoboken squat cobbler. Can you look these up? Can you look these up on your work computer while we?
Yeah.
If
I'm not fired already, here, that will definitely do the job.
We got Hoboken squat cobbler. That's one hell of a wrestling name, right? True Bridge, or excuse me, the Bridge. I can imagine. I can use my imagination for the Bridge. We have oh my God, Jack Burton from the top turnbuckle. Neanderthal punch choke donkey piss. That's a band name, isn't it? What are we talking about here? I've heard of a donkey punch. Jesus. The triumphant arch. The anyways Micah Parsons. I guess that's a position too. The bulldozer. Jake, if you could kind of explain the bulldozer. I feel like that's a dog. I feel like that's a doggy style reminisced or variant, right, if you will. I feel like that's a what, I don't know what the hell the Alexander Graham Bell is. Ring a ding ding. Rusty trombone. Jake chimes in with it. We also have the classic 69. Another one is NFLPA resigned. That's another that's another position here. There we go. We got the bus driver. We got the humble brag. What is the humble brag?
I think he's bragging about all the positions that he happens to.
Oh, God.
Humbly bragging.
See, that's where I think. I just think you guys, the pretzel I can understand. Vertical wall mount is something audiovisual consultations can install. Nice. People Lance Jason from the top turnbuckle. We love it. All right. I don't know if I can back up the R. Kelly. The R. Kelly is probably awful, right? The R. Kelly is probably the worst. The brawny. What's the brawny here, Hunter? What's the brawny? All right, that's a little fun one. Speaking of which, we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about the very best audiovisual consultations company in all of the land. It is Audiovisual Consultations, but instead of hearing it out of my suck, let's hear it from the actual the partners in crime from themselves. It is Audiovisual Consultations here.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Very best in the business, Audiovisual Consultations. We will be making another telephone call to them at 512-255-8678. Those lottery numbers to get them out there to talk about what we're going to put on our pool/patio. That's right. It doesn't matter where the project's at. No job's too big, no job's too small. Just give them a call, Ty. All right, man. We had some sound that from SEC Media Days from Arch Manning that we weren't able to get to over the past couple of days. I'd like to go back and kind of go through that for just a little bit. Here is the first piece of audio that we have on Arch Manning. We'll let you guys hear it, and then we'll dissect some of his clips.
I feel like I'm a pretty normal guy. I like to hang out with my buddies, play golf. I take football pretty seriously, but other than that, just a regular guy.
Well, apparently he is a regular guy. He was also asked, who gives the best advice throughout his family between his uncles. Music advice comes from his brother. I don't know. I guess his brother's a year younger. I don't know the actual differential between the two of those. But he was actually on Chip and Zay, Arch Manning's brother. I don't know how long and extinctive his list of music going is or whatever, but apparently that's where Arch gets his best music advice from. I guess style and I guess threads or whatever comes from Eli. Apparently Eli is the best dresser of the bunch, right? Best advice
they all dress
comes
like
from
just frat boys, pretty much. I feel like.
I think all three of them are kind of like frat boys, right? A little bit frat boyish, but usually I think Eli does have more of the style when it comes to all three of the brothers. Peyton dresses kind of like a golfer, I would think, and then Cooper usually. I think Cooper's approached geriatrics already. He's already dressing like the old man Arch or like Grandpa.
I don't know.
Arch.
Hey, I've had a few drinks with Cooper around, and I can tell you.
Have you really?
He goes to one of the bars I go to. He goes pretty much every game day. He'll be there after the game, and
no shit. That's got to be a ride. That's got to be a wild time.
He's
man.
partying. He's usually just got about 20 other dads around him, and they're just slamming beers. It's awesome.
just racing to 20, huh?
Yeah, no wives. I think it's just all the dads of the players on the team are like, all right, let's go celebrate.
Love it. But yeah, and apparently, I guess best prep advice comes from Peyton too. I guess he's the more cerebral one. He is the one with the bigger forehead. So out of all the Mannings. Anyway, here's some more audio from Arch Manning on SEC Media.
Yeah, no, that never really crossed my mind. I knew Texas was the place I wanted to be. It was the city I wanted to be in with a great education, and I had friends there, and I was still developing and growing as a football player and as a person. So I never really wanted to leave. If there was somewhere else I wanted to be, I would have gone.
You got to love hearing that from QB number one, right? And a lot of people, again, like pushing the envelope and saying like, hey, why didn't you want to get out of there and get instant gratification and transfer out and go to another college when you do have that bag of tools, right? Instead of being patiently and kind of going with the plan that you guys always had was sitting behind Quinn Ewers and getting prepped with Sarkisian and getting ready for that pro level. You can hear that there's no panic in his voice. The plan has always been set to kind of been in cruise control this way, and now it's just about putting it on the field, Ty.
Yeah, no, I can't hear the audio, but I
forgot about that. Yeah, he was that audio clip right there was basically him being asked, if there was any
Yeah, I know. Any pressure
anxiousness
to get out of there,
any type of getting out or just getting out of the program right immediately or whatever, instant gratification to kind of play and get QB number 1. So
yeah, I mean that's what the media has wanted. They've wanted a story for, what is it, 2.5 years at this point. So that's probably the next
only story that they've been able to push though, right? Like
the next one's going to be
want to make
he's going to
happen
leave
with Texas.
He's going to leave for the NFL after this year. That's going to be the next, and I'd say at this point there's probably a 75% chance that we see him next year here as well. And I think that's going to be, if they're going to have a great year this year, but next year, or 2 years from now, sorry, that's going to be the year where Arch Manning is like lighting the world on fire.
Oh, I'm with you. Like this, it's fun to sit here and play and be, all optimistic about, where Texas can go. Maybe the thought of dropping 1 or 2. But again, like I'm kind of with you here too. This is kind of for me I don't want to call it a rebuild year because Texas isn't really primed up for a rebuild year. They're already there. Like they've arrived, in my opinion. It's just kind of, I guess it's the transition period, right? Like. For me, it's a big question marks with the line, right? I think all the pieces are going to be there in 2 years. The defense is going to be absolutely solid, just lights out in 2 years too, with all the recruits coming in. I don't want to sit here and call it a layup type of year, but maybe 1 loss or even 2 losses this year, I don't think wins you the national championship, in my opinion. And I still think
expectation for me is always undefeated. So
yeah, but we have to have a realistic conversation from time to time, right?
I think this is the closest I've ever been to being right about this has been the past few years. So
yeah, I thought we were more right last year. And I thought, with a couple of maybe substitutions here or there for Arch in a couple of scenarios, Texas would still, might have been playing for the national championship. But again, hindsight's 2020. It's just, and a lot of people go back to, all right, well, they inserted Arch in the Georgia game and he wasn't able to get stuff done. He was only in for a couple of plays, right? Let him get a rhythm, let him get a feel, and also let him, prep for the damn game too. But, we also got to remember, people were banged up that, during that period too. So again, I just said it, hindsight's 2020. You can always go to the well and think, things would have came up with gold here, but anyhow, that's not the case. This year though, man, like I got a bounce, I think. Oh, okay, I got you. Just real quick before you leave, my big question though is, the wide receiver room, right? Of course, we can kind of supplement and come in with the offensive line, but the wide receiver room between Wingo and everybody else, hell, let's get into the transfer portal and see what kind of gold we can come up with, like we found Bond and Golden, right?
No, yeah, and I think Mosley's going to be that guy. I think beyond Moore and Wingo, it's going to be the 2 or 3 guys that step up and are, that Stark can trust the most, because that's the one position group where we've seen since his tenure here and even at Alabama, if he doesn't trust you, you're not going to play. And it's kind of been a smaller group of players than, say, the rotation on the D line or even at running back. It's to be a receiver in Stark's offense, he has to completely trust you. So I'd imagine if it's not Livingstone or
Moore,
one of the freshmen coming in, that they'll be like the kind of next impact player. Because I think DeAndre Moore, great, but I think the ceiling's not quite as high as some of the other guys in the room.
All right, brother. I got you, man. Hey, thanks for the contributions. I'm not sure what the schedule's going to be on Monday. I have a doctor's appointment, and I know I've already asked you to kind of sit in with me, but I think BK might have another alternate plan. But again, I'll keep you on the loop. But anyways, hey, cool. It's always great to catch up with you, man. You were fantastic this week. It's always fun to have a conversation with you, Mago. Make sure you hit us up, dude. And also give Ty a follow on Twitter if you hadn't done so already. It is Texas Guy Ty. Hit him up there, especially hit his Twitter up too, or excuse me, his Twitch. That way you can watch some of the college football streams that he puts out there for our season. Hey, Ty, have a great weekend, man. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
You too, brother.
All right, man. Be good. There he goes. We're going to bring him, take him off and bring Nick on. I see Nick in the background. What's up, amigo? What you got cooking, man?
What's going on? How are we doing? Can y'all hear me all right? I got a new mic here. It's sounding good. Everything great?
You sound like a sweet dream. We did our top 5 sex positions, Nick.
Did we?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
All right.
I was trying to procrastinate and stall just so we could do it while Jordan gets, because you know how Jordan gets flushed and embarrassed a little bit. So, anyways,
of course.
we got that out of the way before Jordan was able to come on to the show here. I think he strategically did that and ran, late purposely so he didn't have to have that crosstalk. But anyways, I'll spare you the details, man. What's been going on with you in the past 48 hours?
So I am headed out to Oxnard. I drive every year. It kind of gets me in the mode. I prefer to do it. Somebody had reached out to me yesterday. They're like, the Star Telegram is making you drive out there. I'm like, no. I am driving out there. Like that. This is purely my choice.
I don't like to fly either, dude.
Especially if I'm going for like a month. If I can drive, I'm gonna drive.
Right, you don't have to rent a car. You save up on you save on car rentals, right? Or I'm sure that would probably be covered.
Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm saving on car rentals. I'm taking mine. Bring my dog with me. I'm able to take more luggage. It just works out better. I can stop in places like this on the way.
It's just convenience, right?
It is. And then I have my own car out there. Everything's great. But I'm in Rama, New Mexico this morning, in kind of the middle of nowhere. Apparently, there's some ice caves down the road. I'm gonna check those out on my way out. But it's been good. And I'm gonna try to get to Needles, California today, and Oxnard tomorrow.
Oh man, that's a nice little trek there. What is that? That's a 16-hour trip, I would think, right?
In total, it's about 22.
Okay.
Yeah. But I love it. I did it last year, had a great time, and this year I'm having a better time, as this cabin suggests.
So it looks incredible, man. So here's the thing: like I've seen all of Iraq and all of Afghanistan, or most of Afghanistan.
Yeah,
I haven't seen much of my own country or our own country, right? Like I've seen the South, I've seen the East, I've seen bits of the West. I haven't seen any of the North. So that's a trek that I want to get up to. But it's just driving up north, you're kind of taking your life into your own hands anyways, right? If you're going to do it, you might as well do it. You might want to do it in the summertime, or I guess in the summer weather. But yeah, like usually when I go out east or go back to Maryland, I drive. I don't fly. I don't deal with the crazies. I don't deal with the Instagram models that want to get thrown off there and say, film me, I'm famous. I don't deal with any of that. Don't deal with the sharding people that like to defecate going down the aisle. No, I'm all right. I'm not giving you that money. I'm gonna sit here. I'm like you. Maybe I'll get a chance to take my dogs. I don't have to put them in the stowaway. You know what I mean? They don't have to. They don't have to go through an aneurysm and a seizure just to be able to ride with mom and pop. You know what I mean? And also, I get my own variation of staying with the clouds. You know what I mean? I might not be up in the clouds that way with Delta or whatever, but I find my own clouds to roll through. I like going on trips and going on travel that way, Nick.
Yeah, I think you cut out for me for a little bit there. But overall traveling, I mean, if I can be able to do it on my own terms, and I would highly suggest exploring some of the West, just because there's a lot of weird shit out here. Like,
well, New Mexico, where you're at right now, is fantastic. Like some of the landscapes and some of the geographical features, geological features there. Geological features.
There you go. Geographical, you got it right past me. But I booked this cabin yesterday just because it was cheap. It was kind of along Interstate 40, and then I get here and they're talking about ice caves and how there's this volcano that erupted here like 4,500 years ago, and it's created this ice cave that's like 10 minutes away. So I'm gonna go check that out on the way out and see what that's about.
Route 40 is classic 40, right?
Say that again.
Route 40 is classic 40.
I'm not sure. It's just Interstate 40.
No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Route 66. Get your kick on Route 66. Yeah. Lounge. That's what I'm going to do after all this is done. I'm going to Vegas and being a lounge singer. Wayne Newton had his day. Adam Wagner's going to have his century. I'm going to be idolized out there in Vegas, baby.
I'll be front row for your first show.
Man, you'll be backstage. I mean, you'll be paying. You'll be in the band, brother. You'll be in the band, man.
I'll be playing the saxophone. I did play the trombone growing up, so if you do need a trombone player,
I'm a sucker for. I guess they're the winds. Are they the winds?
Trombone is a brass, but the saxophone is a wind. Yeah,
sucker for the saxophone. Sucker for the saxophone. Me and Lisa Simpson. What's on the slate, amigo? What you got cooking?
Today we'll definitely dive into some SEC media days over the course of the week, and just some of the funnies that happened over the course of the week. Also, the Big 12 Bleacher Report went out to the Big 12 media days. They had some hilarious content that came out of there. I don't know if you've seen some of them. There was one where they went up to the players and they were like, "Hey, give us your hype up song," and then they play the hype up song for their head coach. So it's like Kyle Whittingham listening to Young Boy, and it's Dave Aranda listening to Lil Baby, and he's like, this is interesting.
Dave Aranda, I wonder what Dave Aranda gets up to. Probably like Hell's Bells or some type of AC/DC, I would assume, right?
There's no telling with him. He's a wild card in his own right. We would go to coaching school a few years ago, which actually coaching school is this weekend in San Antonio, and you would see Dave Aranda, talking throughout the day with people and having a good time, and then at night, nowhere to be seen. And we would always like theorize, like, what is Dave Aranda doing right now as the night grows?
He's not even he's waiting with Chuck Norris. He's not even sleeping. He's just waiting.
Exactly.
Any big takeaways from SEC or Big 12 media days for you?
I think people are sleeping on Utah. Speaking of Utah and Kyle Whittingham, I think people are sleeping on their potential. I think last year was definitely an instance of new conference, new things, injuries. A lot of things happened with them last year, but that is a really good program, and Whittingham is back, and I think they're going to rally around him. I think it's going to be an interesting conference again this year. I mean, it is shaping up to be the how do you say the most parity? It's the conference with the most parity going into the season. And it's shaping up to be that way every single year, just because I think so much of these teams are so aligned when it comes to revenue, except for Texas Tech. Throw Texas Tech out of the equation, but revenue, NIL support, everything. They're all pretty similar. At least those teams at the top.
So
and
you say take Texas Tech out of the equation. Do you think Texas Tech is at the top of the pantheon or at the top of the echelon there?
From a money perspective, absolutely.
Okay.
But as far as them putting it together, that's where I feel like they've lacked, at least in the last couple of years. But if they don't do it this year, if they don't win at least 9 games this year,
their window's gone.
Like what's going on? Why are they putting all this money into this roster? Why are they doing this, that, and the third? I think they're riding Baron Morton, which I think is going to be fascinating. I don't know if he's the guy. We'll find out really early on, I think, because they have a couple.
Yeah, he'll be tested. He'll be tested early
for sure, and so that's going to be a big thing for them. But I think their defense is going to be really strong. I think their receiving core is going to be really strong.
Jordan, what's up, brother?
Hey, he's a tech hater. He's a tech hater over here.
I'm hearing someone try to pump up Baron Morton. You don't even believe that.
I just said he's going to be the biggest wild card. Like I don't know if I believe in him yet.
He's got the question mark on it. Let me ask you another wild card that could potentially. I thought, but people brought up a really good point. I asked Ty this a couple of days ago on the show. Dylan Edwards has transferred over to Kansas State. Right. Yeah. And we know the electrifying dude. We know how electrifying of a running back that this could be. I kind of got ahead of my skis thinking, could he be a Heisman sleeper? Probably not, because we just haven't seen a Heisman Trophy go to the running back position. Genty was the closest thing we got to it, and that he didn't touch it. So my thing is, could Kansas State make a push with this, with the backfield shared with Avery Johnson and Dylan Edwards? Could they be somewhat of an offensive prowl, or I guess an offensive attack, to maybe make a run at the Utes, or make a run at maybe Arizona State for the Big 12?
Yeah, I think certainly, and they return a lot on defense too. So
yeah, I think 7.
That's a team every year where I'm like, that they're going to be contenders.
Right on, man. Yeah, just want to get your all thoughts on that. I'll be listening to the show, man. You guys have a great weekend. Good to see you guys, dude.
See you guys. Have a good one.
We'll see you. Yeah, I don't know. For Texas Tech, the connections that staff has in the media, they've been like consistently a top 25 preseason team.
Yeah.
For however many years in a row. And they have not finished in that top 25 for however many years in a row.
You talking
so
about
I'm kind of just like, I got to see it to believe it.
You said with Tech?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah. That makes sense. And I'm with you. That's what I was saying. Oh, we were having a conversation about money with Big 12 teams, and they're all pretty similar. They all pretty much have a similar NIL pool revenue, generating program, except for Texas Tech. I was like, the difference with Texas Tech is when are they going to put it together? So that's how that conversation came about. It wasn't me pumping up Texas Tech, Jordan. You just come in here with all this hate on this Friday morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I do. That is what I do. But hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. It will be my last show for a week. I am taking next week off. Finally taking a vacation. Excited for that. If you're a Horns 24/7 subscriber, of good news. Usually when one of our recruiting writers takes vacation, they land someone. Guess who's committing on Sunday that I will not be around to watch or cover it? Derek Cooper is, and we expect that one to be Texas. So, Chad Scott, great job, but if you want to give me a pat on the back, maybe want my Venmo or Cash App, just let me know. I got you. I'll take credit. But yeah, so that one is really the only recruitment we're watching right now over the next few days. Obviously, they're working on others behind the scenes, but I did think we should mostly hit on the Dallas Cowboys, the training camp coming up. I see you're in where do you say on Monday? You're going to Flagstaff, Arizona. That's where you're at right now.
I am in Rama, New Mexico at the moment. Yeah, in the middle of nowhere, and yeah, it's beautiful. I just had a beautiful morning before I hopped on the show here, so the vibes are immaculate.
Did you in an Airbnb or hotel? What's going on there?
So it's technically an Airbnb, but it's a cabin, and there's a group of like 12 cabins out in this national park, and there's an ice cave down the street. I'm gonna check that out on my way out. So there was this volcano that erupted here like 4,500 years ago, and it created like this ice structure with Arctic ice down like at the shelf of it. So there's like this huge Arctic algae layer. So it's like this green ice layer with ice coming off the top of the cave. So I was like, that's sick. I'm gonna go check that out. So there's that, and then I'll get to Needles, California today.
Needles, California.
Yeah. Yep. It's right on the Arizona, California border. So I don't know. I got an Airbnb there. We're going to check it out.
How far is that from where you're at?
About 6 hours.
You just like splitting it up? Because didn't you drive to Oxnard in 2 days last year?
I came back from Oxnard in 2 days last year, which I basically got from about Needles all the way home on the last day last year. But this time around, I just split it up to make it easy. And then I'll get to Oxnard on Saturday, get settled, and then the team gets there on Sunday.
So the second leg is 6 hours. How long is the first and third leg?
The first leg yesterday was time-wise, like on the road, it was about 11 and a half, but I made it about 13 and a half with stops and shit. So there was a really bad hailstorm that I hit in the middle of New Mexico, and I'm not going to lie, it rattled me and my dog. It was a big one, and we pulled over into a rest area after we got through it, got our bearings straight, and then we kept it pushing, and then we stopped for a couple meals. So, yeah.
Does your car have damage?
No, it doesn't. But I mean, it was hitting my car like hell, and I was like, please, just don't break my windshield. Don't break my windshield. And but we got through it. I mean, it came out of nowhere. It rattled me a little bit. You know, I love storms. Storms don't bother me at all. I'm gonna go storm chasing when I'm old and retired. That one rattled me a little bit, but we're good. We're chilling.
Yeah, I like the second day I moved into my new place over here in Fort Worth. There's no like covered carports, and so I looked up where the closest parking garage is. It's about 10 minutes away at a hospital. So if it starts hailing pretty bad, I know where I'm going.
There you
or
go.
at least I have my plan in my head. But I don't know. Anyways, was going to start off with Izaraku, but we got a question here with from Nathan on Trayvon Diggs. I did see on Twitter yesterday that they are docking his pay for not showing up or something. I guess just explain it to us like we're 5 years old.
Yeah, so he got a $100 million extension in August of 2023. Can y'all hear me all right? I'm not sure if the Wi-Fi is messing up here.
Yeah, no, you're great. We can hear you, see you great. And then shout out to Nick. Finally got a mic, by the way. So sounding great. You all right? Are you okay?
Test.
Yo, you got me? Hold up. All right. Well, we'll figure that out here in a sec, I guess. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we could hear him and see him fine. At least I could. I don't think he could hear or see us, but we will see. How we doing, buddy?
Test. Y'all got me?
Yeah, you got me. Hello? What?
I have no idea what's happening. I can't see or hear you.
Okay, well, we can see I can
Okay,
see
y'all hear
and
and see me fine, so I'm just gonna keep talking here.
Yeah, but you can't hear me?
Okay. So as far as Trayvon Diggs goes, Patrick was like, "Is he stroking out?" I guess I was just sitting here like,
Yeah, because we
with,
can hear you and see you fine.
I still can't see or hear you. I just hear glimpses. There you are. Now you're clear. Jordan, talk.
Yeah, you got me?
Okay, we're good. So Trayvon Diggs, going into the season, whenever he signed that extension back in 2023, it was a $100 million extension. There was a clause in his contract that said if he was not present for at least 84% of offseason activities, that he would get a $500,000 cut to his salary for that given year. That was the case this year. He's rehabbing from a bone graft surgery in his knee, and he decided to rehab away from the team. So he went to Miami, hired his own doctors, hired his own trainers, his own rehab people, and he worked in Miami during the offseason. As a result of him not being in the facility for at least 84% of the availability, he was docked that pay. So he tweeted out yesterday whenever this news broke. He said, I think he said, "I'm gonna win regardless," or "Watch me win." And then he's been releasing. He said he's going to release a YouTube video on what exactly happened with his injury. So that's going to be an interesting one too, and see what he has to say about it. But that's going to be a conversation we have with Trayvon next week, and just kind of get his perspective on what exactly is happening with his relationship with the rehab staff. We know it's been rocky at times, so that's going to be a big thing to watch.
Sorry if you said it. I don't know, lost my trail of thought. But what how much money exactly is he missing out on?
You're still a little hazy for me. I'm gonna hop back out and hop back in. Sorry guys,
Yeah,
give me 1 second.
Good. This is weird. I've never seen this happen before with our platform or StreamYard. Because I mean, I can hear him and see him fine, but I guess he can't hear me or see me. Maybe I drop. Okay, thank you. How about now?
Okay.
How about now?
It's better. It's better.
Geez, you need to get on a hotspot or something.
Yeah, well, the hotspot is non-existent in this world right now. Let me tell you.
We're good.
Just keep talking, Jordan, and eventually it'll come through. I'm gonna try to hop on my phone.
Sounds good. I have no idea what you're talking about. Someone made a documentary on the Wishbone, and Chip and Bucky are on it. What's the budget on this thing? You know? But I don't know.
Okay, now you are crystal clear. We're good to go.
Sweet. That was very weird. I've never seen that happen before. Okay, but so we talked about Trayvon Diggs. Donovan Ezeraku finally signed yesterday, and it seems like other second-round picks are signing. Tell us why or how the deal was able to get done with Ezeraku, and then tell us why is this starting to happen with more second-round picks? Like, why are more of them signing? Jeez. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize. I apologize. It was on the SEC network. Got it. Thanks, CB. Yeah. Does Nick know about the Wishbone documentary? He might. I don't know. We will see. But it's just that type of day. You know, last day of school before summer is what it feels like for me. But still just rocking and rolling, having fun. Here's a question for recruiting. David Keith Williams said, speaking of Derek Cooper, many have tried to make comparisons of him. To me, Cooper is one of the most unique running backs I've seen in years. I'm not sure who to compare him to. Yeah, the thing that I don't want to say scares me, but like the main concern I have with Derek Cooper, a lot of his highlights, because I don't have the same huddle access that college staffs do or that our scouting team does, because they have the same package as college. But from what I've seen with Derek Cooper in his highlights and other videos of him or whatnot, he is a straight line runner, and he has tremendous burst, tremendous explosiveness, being able to get through, you know, the first and second level in what feels like half a second. But like they're going to need to figure out a way to where he can have more wiggle. That's just my personal preference. And like everyone is hyping up, oh, we can catch so well. Yes, you can catch pretty well, but several running backs in the state of Texas had more receptions per season for the last 3 years in a row, and Texas was recruiting those guys. It's the guy originally, KJ Edwards, whomever. So, yeah. All right, I guess we're going to try Nick again. Yo.
Okay, let's try it on the phone here. We're just gonna be close to the Wi-Fi router. We're doing it old school, guys.
I was telling people this is the first time this has ever happened, to where we can see you and hear
and I
you
have full
fine.
Wi-Fi service. I've had no issues the entire time I've been here, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
Hey, the Mexico State Aggies or Lobos, they don't like us talking about the Longhorns in their own state or something.
That's exactly what's going on.
I don't know. Okay. I see the question in the chat. We're going to come back to him, knock out the Cowboys stuff first. Donovan Ezeraku signed. Why and how did it happen yesterday?
Yeah, so the second round picks have been holding out for more guaranteed money throughout the course of the last few months since they've been drafted. Carson Schwessinger, who was the number 33 overall pick to the Browns, and Houston Texans number 34 overall pick, Jaden Higgins, receiver. They both got fully guaranteed contracts almost right after the draft. And so the rest of the round was like, hey, where's my money? And Walter White was hogging the Wi-Fi. That was a good one. So the rest of the round was like, where's my guaranteed money? They're asking around, and they finally were able to push forward with some more guaranteed money for these guys. Alfred Collins was actually the first one to pop on what was that, Wednesday night, and
I
he
was
got
making fun of him on the show that day. I summoned his signing, so.
Yeah, he was the one to finally throw his hands up and give in. So it has caused a domino effect over the course of the last 24 hours, 48 hours, I guess, with other second-round pick signing. Donovan Ezeraku came in last night, agreed to a deal. He's going to actually sign today. He got roughly 85% of his contract guaranteed. So it's a big uptick from what his placement got last year at the number 44 overall pick. So good for Ezeraku, and they will not have any training camp holdouts, which is definitely a positive for the Cowboys. First time in, I believe, 3 years.
So I know you said Collins and Ezeraku's deal around 85%. Is Schwessinger and is it Higgins, whoever the Texans drafted, are those 85% or those 100% fully guaranteed?
Those were fully guaranteed 100%.
So you think, or I guess what I assume is that the majority of second rounders going forward are just going to bend the knee to the 85% pretty much.
And that's kind of something I brought to Twitter last night. It was like, I wonder if the agents are comfortable with how they were able to get the fully guaranteed money this year, or if this is going to be another problem that we have last year. Because if you go back to last season, this was kind of a problem we had on a much lesser scale, but a lot of these second round picks kind of folded a few weeks out from training camp. This year, it obviously pushed right to the buzzer with training camp starting, I mean, this weekend for a lot of teams. But next year, I wonder if the agents come away this year, pleased with the money that they got for their clients.
Yeah. I don't know. Very interesting. Another deal that went down yesterday, pretty big one. TJ Watts becomes the highest paid non-quarterback for the second time in his career.
Yeah.
What is the fallout there with Micah Parsons? Is there a domino effect at all, or what do we think?
Not really. I think those two deals are kind of separate of each other. Like, sure, it gives Micah Parsons a new floor for, what his contract will potentially be. But, I mean, it went up by like $500K per year. So, I mean, he was going to get 41 regardless. I think if anything, he maybe gets 41.25 now or 41.5, whatever. But this is still something we're tracking, and it doesn't look like it's getting done before camp. But Micah has said he's going to be present at camp. He's going to do what he's supposed to do. We'll see if he actually participates on the field. That's going to be the big thing, the big questions that we have. But as far as his contract goes, we're still in a wait for it.
And he is expected to pull up to training camp?
Yeah, and he will be there. He will be there.
Participating or just vibing?
That's going to be the question. Is he on the sideline just, chopping it up with people, or is he going to be is he actually going to be participating?
Man, I'd love if he pulls a Jimmy Butler, but instead of like somehow scrimmaging the bottom 11 versus the starting 11, he's just on the sideline like, Jerry, pay me. Pay me. Like,
as someone who appreciates the content, I would be very down for that.
Yeah. Nick would be like, "What'd you say? Yeah, get him." But Yeah, no, I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I'm very looking forward to seeing your training camp content. Speaking of training camp, what do you think are the players' favorite part and least favorite part of the entire camp experience?
Mine or players?
Players. I'll also ask you mine, but give me the players from your point of view.
I'm sure their favorite part of it is the weather. 75 degrees is the max it gets every day out there. The sun can get a little hot. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's still warm, but it's not Texas heat. It's beautiful, and so you can really be outside in a practice environment, have your walk through practice late in the day, and you're not just getting beat down. That's got to be the player's favorite part. Least favorite part is probably staying in a hotel room. They stay on like a hotel complex in Oxnard, and it's cool. Don't get me wrong; it's very functional for the purpose that it serves, and it really does serve as like a football camp. Like it feels like you're going to summer camp, and you're staying in this hotel with one of your teammates, and you're learning the playbook and go to your meetings and play football. I mean, that's what it is. But I'm sure some of these guys would rather be in much more lavish places.
Yeah. Yeah, what is do you know what he's referencing? He's a Cowboys fan, so this
Yeah.
is over my head.
Yeah, there's a marine layer that kind of just sits over Oxnard every morning. It's like a fog. That's the best way I can explain it. So it's foggy up until about 9:30, 10 a.m. every morning out there, and it feels great. It feels like about 55, 60 degrees, and you can wear a light hoodie and have a good morning.
Yeah, making us jealous. I thought he might have misspelled lawyer or something, and they're like they have a Marine come in and put them all to work or something. That's why I was like, what is he talking about? But yeah, I don't know. And now give us your favorite and least favorite part, I guess.
My favorite is I do like kind of being able to enjoy the camp aspect of it, kind of like I was mentioning with the players. It really allows you to soak in football for however long we're out there, and allows you to get in the mode of the season. I talked to some people that are on some other beats, like for Carolina Panthers example, like their training camp is at Bank of America Stadium, so like they don't really have it's really not much of a difference for the beat for those guys to just go to the stadium, cover a training camp day, and then it's a normal day almost. But I do like the aspect of being able to go out to California, really sit in it, and you're there for training camp. Least favorite, I would probably say the same thing though, because you're away from home for a month, and by the last week you're definitely feeling it. You're like, damn, I'm ready to get back. So there's pros and cons to both. That would be my favorite part and my least favorite part wrapped up in one.
Man, the drive home is always the worst part too. So I know that last week you're just like, God, kill me now.
Yeah.
I do not want to do this.
Yeah. Last year I left 2 days early. I was like, there's nothing happening these next 2 days. CD's not arriving. I'm leaving. And then when I tried to leave, one of the hotel buildings caught on fire. And so I got trapped by like 5 fire trucks trying to get out of the hotel complex. So I didn't leave until like 8 p.m. that night.
Damn. So if the Panthers just do their camp at their stadium, are they just staying in like a hotel in downtown Charlotte?
I don't really know how that works. I don't know if they just go back to their regular homes and they live life normally. It's just a different setting. But there's a few teams that do that.
Yeah, now that I think about it, the Niners do it because they have their facility and like all their practice fields right next to the stadium, and they just do it there. So
Texans, same thing.
Yeah, I do know that. I mean, I'm sure you'd say the same thing with the Cowboys players, but I know a lot of 49ers players and really NFL players specifically, like unless they're like a second contract type guy or a first or second round guy, a lot of the guys that I've come across are like renting apartments or condos for like the season specifically or training camp. And I do know like they're not in San Francisco, they're in Santa Clara or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's still ridiculously expensive. So
yeah,
I assume that's what they're doing, or maybe Airbnb or something for camp. But yeah.
There are a couple of players for the Cowboys who get their own Airbnb separate, and they bring in their family, and their family stays there, and they go have dinner over there and things like that. So, like Michael Parsons is bringing his family this year. He's got his Airbnb locked in. That's why I know he's going to be at camp, because he paid for the Airbnb. Dak did it last year for a couple weeks. He brought his family out. So some guys definitely take advantage of that too.
Yeah, and then DJ Dog has a question. He says, Nick, what is the rudder room, and can you explain its significance?
Yeah, so the Rudder Room is this dive bar out on the beach. It's literally on the beach, and it's in the middle of this neighborhood in Port Henemy, which is south of Oxnard. It's about 10-15 minutes. It's not a crazy drive. But you drive literally into this neighborhood on the beach, and you park at this house, and it's a house, but it's a dive bar, and you walk in. It's really cool. It's just it's a training camp staple that Cowboys team officials, even some players at times, coaches, media, everybody has just gone to since since the training camp has been going to Oxnard. It's just that's the significance of it. It's kind of a Cowboys legend, if you will, and there's a lot of fun things that happen at Rudder Room every year. There's always some good scoop coming out of Rudder Room every year too. So you'll find me there quite a bit.
How far is that from Los Santos? Yeah. No, okay. So I did see on your Twitter, you posted a story yesterday or the day before, like the 5 most important or 5 biggest position battles heading into training camp or at training camp. I know some of it's behind a paywall, but just run us through what you can on those 5 battles.
Yeah, with the running back position, I think that's going to be the most important one. And we're talking about, Jaden Blue here, so that ties in Texas as well. So Jaden Blue, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders. That's going to be the trio that I think is really going to push for that RB1 spot. If I had to guess right now here before camp, I think Javonte Williams lands that gig, and then it's probably Jaden Blue as the RB2. But Miles Sanders is really pushing these guys in OTAs and minicamp, so that's certainly a guy to keep in the mix as well. Phil Maffa out of Clemson, the 6th round pick, he's going to be in the mix. Deuce Vaughn's going to be in the mix. So those are some guys trying to push for the RB2 spot as well. But there's 2 spots open for a 2 feature role prominence in Brian Schottenheimer's offense, and they got like 5 guys that are going to go out and try and land it. At the tight end spot, there's a lot of question marks behind Jake Ferguson. Who's going to be tight end 2? I think Brevin Spanford is really pushing Luke Schoonmaker to be that guy. We're going to find out, I think, early on in camp if he is that guy. Defensive end 2, obviously it starts with Micah Parsons. He's going to be your lead pass rusher, but who's going to be on the guy opposite of him? They don't have DeMarcus Lawrence anymore, but they brought in Dante Fowler. They brought in Peyton Turner. They drafted Donovan Ezraku. There's as Sam Williams comes back from a torn ACL, it's going to be a really fun battle to see who emerges as that second defensive end on the other side of the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a lot of fun to see that. It's a really talented group, and I think that's going to be a fun one to track. But those are a few that I'm keeping an eye on pretty closely going into camp. That's going to be a lot of fun. And the camp battles really start to begin when the pads come on, which is about a week after camp starts.
Dak's QB1, QB2 is
Joe Milton.
QB3.
Will Grier, I think he's going to have to earn his spot, though. I think, you go back to 2 years ago, he was in camp with Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott, and they traded for Trey Lance and told Will Grier, like, hey, good luck. And so I wonder if Will Grier doesn't prove enough this camp, if they do a similar thing and sign a quarterback off the street or something to be QB3.
You don't usually teams bring in like 3 or 4 random QBs off the street for camp. Do you know who those guys are for the Cowboys?
No, at least the Cowboys don't. They're pretty intentional about their quarterback approach. I mean, we'll see if I expected them to at least sign one undrafted, like a Graham Mertz type guy, but Graham Mertz ended up getting drafted. I thought that they'd at least bring 1 or 2. Or Donovan Smith, they brought him in for a rookie minicamp. I was like, okay, maybe that would make sense to bring in for training camp as a tryout type thing. But they decided not to.
I was talking about him yesterday because I'm like, do y'all remember last offseason when PFF and other people were hyping him up as like a potential actual draft pick?
It was unreal. They were saying Donovan Smith first round. Like, that's the first round sleeper. I'm like, buddy.
We're talking about the same Donovan Smith.
Yeah, exactly. Is Donovan Smith in the room with us right now?
Yeah, no, but I don't know. Fun times coming out there. Did you see Mike Williams retired yesterday after 1 day of camp, right?
Yeah, after 1 day of camp with Jim Harbaugh, he said no thanks.
Do you know anything about that? What went down?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I just saw a former Michigan player on the timeline like, buddy couldn't survive 1 day of Harbaugh's camp or whatever. But yeah, I'm excited for the Joe Milton content.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think I've talked to the social media team for the Cowboys. They got some fun things planned for him to. I think there's like a video they're planning to where they'll see how far he can throw like household objects and just to see.
Like, here's a cantaloupe. Here's a basketball.
Yeah, here's a
Yeti
tennis
cup.
ball. Like, just launch that thing.
You
You know those like Walmart footballs that have like really perforated laces that you can get, and you could just throw those things a mile. I would love to see Joe Milton throw one of those.
Hey, Nick, I think you'd remember this. Remember when we were like around elementary, middle school, and Nerf dropped that football that had like
Yes.
the fins coming out the back that go.
Yes.
Y'all need to buy him one of those things. Just hit it like a mushroom cloud when it lands a mile that way.
He'd throw it to Vegas.
Yeah, no, those things. I tell you what, man. When we first saw one of those, I was like, "Yo, this is epic." But I don't know. It'll be interesting. Some more. Oh, what a surprise! Quentin Johnson was dropping passes.
I actually just saw Quentin Johnston last Sunday in downtown Dallas. We ended up in the same restaurant.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You hit him with one of these?
Exactly.
You went blue front, white back. Or whatever they say. That is what
Riff Ram Bazoo. What did you say?
No, blue front, white back. That's the Temple, their pants.
I thought you were talking about TCU, Riff Ram Bazoo.
Nah, and this was for Temple too.
Gotcha.
Riff Ram Bazoo, lickety lickety zoo zoo. That's what they
There
say.
you go.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Man, I tell you what, when I went to that TCU Texas game, the last time Texas played in Fort Worth, when Xavier Worthy and Jordan Whittington saved the day on that interception, fumble, recovery play, whatever. Them doing that, that was the first time I'd seen that in person. So I'm like, whoa, they actually put this on the screen, and everyone's going word for word, bar for bar with this.
They go crazy.
Ass chant.
They go crazy.
But I don't know. Shout out TCU. They're much worse other Power 4 universities in the state that we will not name. But hey, on the more important side, what are your thoughts on the Astronomer CEO at the Coldplay concert?
Oh boy, man. Okay, if he just played it cool, nobody would know anything. Nobody would have said anything. They should have just played it cool. They had to know. They had to know that if they were sitting in a suite at a concert for Coldplay, they might be on the screen. You have to have a plan for that. You have to have a plan for that. I don't feel bad for them, though. I hope they have an awful weekend, and I hope that they are just getting trashed right now. I hope they're having the worst time of their life because they deserve it. They certainly deserve it.
Yeah, City Boys down.
City Boys big down.
But man, they should have played it off. It's funny too, because the third or the second girl in it, the third person, is like the girl she just promoted for keeping her mouth shut. But I don't know. And apparently, like the dude's wife has already changed her last name on like her LinkedIn or some shit, and he deleted his profile, everything.
It's great, and I hope there's more that comes about with all of it in the next few days.
Oh yeah. That's the funny part too.
that is hilarious.
But yeah, hey, that is true, and you got it in 4K too.
Yeah,
so
she just became a very rich woman.
Yeah, no, I did not see the statement he released. I didn't know he released a statement.
He released a statement.
Yeah, I got caught being a horny bastard. I apologize. Like, what do you say? I'm resigning.
Yeah, that is bad. That is so bad. I would love to be a coworker in that building. Like, first off, I'm showing up at like 7:30 yesterday morning. Like I'm there before everyone. I have popcorn in my hand. I'm wearing sweatpants and a hoodie. I'm like, y'all can't tell me shit today. First off. Secondly, I'm not gonna be doing any work. I'm just gonna be watching every movement that either of them make all day. That would be some premium tea, let me tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, they were talking about the Wishbone documentary. I think they said SEC Network made it, and Chip and Bucky were in it. Do you know anything about this?
I have not.
Yeah, I had no idea what they were talking about either. I didn't watch a ton of SEC Network during media days. Like, I'll tune in when some head coaches are talking, but outside of that, it's like I really do not care to hear these people talk about the same thing we've been talking about since like February.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, it's fun getting it going. Football season's coming up. But sometimes you just get tired of hearing the same thing, to be honest. And that is me listening to that. And I don't mind Feinbaum. I really don't. But sometimes it's like, dude, like you and Lane Kiffin, how many people actually care about this like weird relationship deal y'all got going on? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, no, hey, I would love CB if you could tag us on the statement he released, if that's on Twitter.
Yeah.
Or whatnot. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did see this. That one was fake that someone made up. Did you see that one? It was like a parody about how like he was getting so close to apologizing for cheating, but he basically just apologized for being a Coldplay fan. It was a parody, but it was hilarious. But all right, I'm going to go back up through some of these comments or questions we got here that we said we'd come back to. What do we have here? Yeah, no, we do not know. Okay, Nathan said, Jordan, do you think it was odd Nagy went to media day and Marcel Reed did not go? A lot of media people thought both of those were odd choices by each program. Yeah, the Nagy thing.
Jim Nagy?
Yeah, Jim Nagy.
Why is he going to media days? That makes no sense.
Dude, it is very strange. Like, if I'm Brent Venables, I would try to quit before they can fire me with this setup.
Yeah.
Because, like, Nick, I assume you know this, or not know this, will nod your head and agree with me because you're a nice guy and don't want to step over the line. From, like, everyone I've talked to that worked with him at the Senior Bowl or came across him, very good at what he does. Very respected for that. Takes care of people at the Senior Bowl. But all of them have said he is an asshole. Comes across as an asshole. Does a lot of asshole things. I even remember at the East-West Shrine Bowl when that ended, the next day or 2 days later, the Senior Bowl was starting. And he went on Twitter and was like, okay, all you scouts, get ready to recalibrate your eyes to see some real talent or whatever. Just like sneak this in the Shrine Bowl. And it's like, bro, it is not that serious.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he was doing things like that, right? So
he blocked me on Twitter for a reason I have no idea to this day.
There you go, right? So, and hey, he's not with the Senior Bowl anymore. You can talk your talk, Mr. Nick, but
I don't know anything about him because he blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah, with Nagy, it just doesn't come across the best way. And if you really look at it, the way it's set up, who is the OC in Norman? It is the guy that is hired from Wazoo. Blanking on his name. I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. The DC is Venables, who's also the head coach. But if he gets fired for not winning a certain amount of games, that staff gets fired, guess who's hiring the coach? Nagy is.
Yep.
And they have to report to him as the boss. So, and guess who decides the board, who gets to get recruited, who gets a certain amount of money, which players the position coaches are allowed to recruit? It's Nagy. It's not Venables.
Yep.
So, like, his whole strategy of trying to find value and going after players that are ranked lower than they should be or whatnot, because that is what decides a lot of the floor for negotiations. Like, I see the strategy. I see why people are making fun of him for it, but I do understand it from his point of view. But if that does not work, they get to blame it on Venables, and he gets to keep his job and hire the next guy.
Yeah.
So, like, who is going to want to work for him and take that job? It's going to make it, you know, it's obviously Oklahoma. It's a blue blood program. No question. People are going to have interest, but, like, are you going to be able to get a Rhett Lashley or even a Dillingham or whomever because they don't want to work for someone that's their boss that isn't the AD?
Not just that, and let's say that like one of those guys has a really good relationship with Nagy, which most likely exists. You know, I could see Dillingham and Nagy hitting it off, but even with that, it was a lot easier when Venables came into the picture at Oklahoma. It'd be a lot more difficult bringing in a new coach at this time in Oklahoma's trajectory. I mean, the SEC is a bloodbath, and we know that goes without being said. But not just that, Oklahoma has not had any success so far in the SEC. They had that home win over Alabama that was big, don't get me wrong, but they're not recruiting well. I don't feel comfortable in their roster going into the season. I mean, it looks like a Tom Herman roster. So I don't know how successful they could be even with a new head coach, because it would take them a good 3, 4, 5 years to really rehaul that roster and get it back to competing in the SEC. I mean, that's going to be a super tough task for anyone that comes into the picture. It's not impossible. I mean, Oklahoma has the funding and has the support. I think players still want to go to Oklahoma enough to where they can make it happen. But it's going to be a really tough task. And I believe they're about one bad coach decision away from being what Nebraska has been in the Big Ten.
Yeah, well, it'll be very interesting to watch them over the next few years. But yeah, to sum it up, I did think it was very odd that he was at media day. Texas didn't bring Brandon Harris. I can't think of someone that brought their GM. I don't think Big Ten media days have happened, but is Lincoln Riley going to show up with Chad Bowden?
I mean, Cody Campbell showed up at Texas Tech. That was kind of strange.
Okay, yeah, those guys are a whole nother group out there in West Texas, but they didn't bring James Blanchard.
Yeah,
right.
They have in the past.
Bama didn't bring Courtney Morgan.
Yeah,
so I think it was very strange. Now, as far as Marcel Reed, I know A&M had Torian York, Armaj Reed Adams. I'm forgetting the third player. I know it wasn't Marcel, but yeah, I did think that was weird. According to a source in the Texas A&M program that I talked to several weeks ago,
a
lot of them would like to see more leadership out of Marcel Reed. So maybe that's part of it. But he's the captain. I know he's not a captain in year 3 and year 2 of being the starting. Well, I guess you're 1.5 being the starting quarterback, but. It is very strange, especially because how much their season rides on him, how much of the preseason expectations or rankings or preseason record predictions, all of that is based off what your view of Marcel Reed is, right? And I think that's very clear to everyone in media. So, I mean, the preseason time right now, it's all about hype, stirring up hype, and all that. And it's
I'll say this about A&M.
If you're A&M, it's hard to do that with Marcel Reed if you're basically telling the public, we don't trust him or view him as a leader enough to be a captain or to go to SEC media days.
I'll say this about A&M. If they can get the most out of Marcel Reed, they're going to be a damn good team this year. They're going to be right back to where they were last year in the final week, competing to play in the SEC championship. If they get the most out of Marcel Reed, everything else kind of comes together. Their offensive line is experienced. They have a couple of receivers. I'm still not totally bought into their receiving core. They have a couple of guys that could work, but their defense, oh my God. DJ Hicks is a second string rotational 3-tech, and it's not because he hasn't panned out well, just because they got guys up front. Their linebacking core, I mean, Torian York has been phenomenal. He's starting to get some first and second round love in next year's draft. Their secondary is experienced. Bryce Anderson, who's been there 70 million years, he's going to be back and ready to roll with them. So Julian Humphrey is now in the mix. I mean, it's a talented squad. Texas bias aside, I think A&M is going to have a really good year this year. I think they are.
Yeah, we just gotta see if it flies off the FERC coaster.
Something could happen. Something very well could happen.
One of my all-time favorite memes in college football, the Aggie FERC coaster. But I mean, speaking of Marcel Reed, and I guess you could even say this. I mean, not even could. You could say this for Texas, but I think to a lesser degree. If they lose Reed to injury, it ain't good. I was hyping Jacob Zeno as potential dark horse to be the starter and beat out Marcel Reed. And then in, midsummer when I was in College Station and talked to some people, I was told I was basically out of my mind with how he's been playing. So if Marcel Reed goes down, Zeno is the guy, but that is not good news for the Aggies at all.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if Arch goes down, it's Matthew Caldwell, who's in year 5 and has, played against some FCS competition, and Trey Owens, who has never played non-garbage time snaps when the game isn't already decided.
Yeah.
So will be very interesting. And I mean, you could say the same thing at a lot of different positions for A&M, perhaps on offense. But, I mean, with Texas, if they lose Trevor Gooseby, man, it is not good.
Yeah.
It is not good at all. But yeah, David Keith Williams, this is when we were talking about Derek Cooper, said regarding Wiggle Adrian Peterson was a straight line runner without shiftiness. Also, I'm not comparing Cooper to Peterson, but I will say their running styles could be viewed as somewhat similar. I see the vision for sure. They both kind of have that upright running style a little bit. I think, obviously Adrian Peterson's one of the best to ever do it. He has some ridiculous contact balance and just can run through tackles. Cooper, obviously isn't quite there, but I see the vision. David Keith Williams, you might have already watched him, maybe not, because Texas has never really been involved. They extended an offer to him as like a freshman or sophomore, but nothing past that. But there's a kid named Savion Hyder, Hiter. He's from Virginia. He's our number 1 ranked running back in the country. I believe we have him as a 5-star. And I think he's down to like Michigan, I think Georgia, Tennessee, and like one other school. I think Ohio State. Watch his highlights if you have time. The running style, just his body movement patterns and being able to run through contact, it is kind of scarily similar to Adrian Peterson in some ways. So I'd say if you have time, go check out Savion Hyder. And I think he's supposed to go to Tennessee or Michigan. It'll be one of those two. So hopefully it's Michigan, and he'll be in Austin in year 2 of his career when Michigan comes to town in 2027. Bryce Underwood will also be in year 3 at that time. That'll be a big game.
Yeah.
It will be a big game. What else do we have? Justin Herbert might end up strangling
Hypothetically, he hypothetically might end up strangling Quentin Johnson at some point.
What if
Justin Herbert?
yeah, but I don't know. So A&M is Trev Alberts and now Jim Nagy. No, Nagy is with Oklahoma. Yeah, and I think Dillingham will stay at Arizona State.
Do they have enough money to keep him?
I mean, I don't know, but like, dude went there. He's from Arizona. Like, it would have to be, I think, a crazy blue blood, like a USC or
Oregon.
maybe in Oklahoma or in Oregon. He was the OC at Oregon. I think it would have to be like a job he can't turn down because he doesn't know the next time he gets offered something like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I don't know.
There could be a lot of those. There could be a lot of those open this next year. I mean, if Oklahoma doesn't produce, Venables is gone. If LSU underwhelms, goes 8-4, we're talking about Brian Kelly. USC, if they go 7-5, we're talking about Lincoln Riley. There's going to be that cycle is kind of hitting back around. That big one that happened in, what was it, 2022, 2021? It's kind of hitting back around now.
Yeah, like, I mean, Brian Kelly is like a $70 million buyout after this year.
Jeez, never mind. That still sucks.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening unless they can swindle Saban. DeBoer, I think after this year, his buyout goes down to like 80 or 90 million. So they're kind of stuck with him. I mean, it was a 10-year contract.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What I don't get, like, did these dudes get these athletic directors that are making these contracts? Did someone from Men in Black come do like the pen thing to them with the Jimbo Fisher example?
Yeah, exactly.
Like A&M is paying Jimbo Fisher more not to coach than they are Mike Elko to coach.
That's crazy.
You know, like,
that's crazy.
That is an example of exactly what not to do. And Lincoln Riley, I mean, I think his buyout was like $76 million if they would have fired him last fall. So I think it goes down to 60 something after this upcoming season. Gotcha. So they might even have to like write it out with him, which I do think is why Chad Bowden was such a great hire, because I think everyone at USC was just like, fuck, we got to make this work with Lincoln Riley anyways. And, you know, at least 2 or 3 more years before we can make this fire and it doesn't kill us for the next, you know, however many years.
Yeah.
And so they went and got Bowden to organize the money, convince people to donate and actually believe in Lincoln Riley, all the boosters and donors that wanted him out of there and, you know, their guy in there or whatnot. So I don't know. I mean, it's working well for them. They obviously have to win on the field this fall, but man, I mean, USC, since I've been around covering recruiting or, you know, in the mix of college football and whatnot, probably like best, how do I phrase this? The most good moves they've made, I should say.
Okay.
But yeah. What are some other ones? Gunnar Stockton. Saw someone on Twitter said Georgia sent Shane Beamer to SEC Media Day.
Hey, it's bad. Where do they keep getting these, receding hairline, 27-year-old looking quarterbacks? I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, no, it is bad. I still don't understand how he didn't fumble when Makuba killed him
Yeah.
in the SEC championship game.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like, that might be the highlight of his career. Man, it's also, I think I've talked about this, but like, he is going to be a game manager, and they're going to have to win with toughness and QB sneaks and running the shit out of the ball behind their big O line, like the old Georgia blueprint. They're getting away from that soft hands Carson Beck air raid stuff. We're going to run the ball like the dogs, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, with Stockton, you can make it work. Like, was Jake Fromm? Did he really have that much arm talent? No. In fact, probably less than Stetson Bennett, right? So, he just has to be a bus driver. He doesn't have to be a fighter pilot. But, man, like, it's crazy looking at who they got. They got Zach Branch out of the portal. They got Noah Thomas out of the portal, who already has day 2 NFL draft grades.
Yeah, yeah.
But, like, man, like, talking to people at A&M, the main reason Noah Thomas left was because of Marcel Reed. Like, he wanted a legit quarterback who would get him the ball on time accurately, and it wasn't a thing. Because this is Noah Thomas's last year of eligibility, if I'm not mistaken. It's his contract year. And so he leaves A&M because he's like, yeah, this Marcel Reed guy isn't getting it done. He can't, I'm going to go catch passes from Gunnar Stockton.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, maybe he saw something in the SEC championship game, man, which he was dealing in the SEC championship game.
Dog. I don't know about dealing. It was enough to get by, but
yeah.
I don't know. They also, Gilbo could have blocked for Jade, and, several others definitely could have played better. Yeah. Did we think Lombardi pulls up with Bill Belichick and his granddaughter-looking girlfriend?
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. I wonder if he gets questions. Yeah.
Who's like UNC's main rival besides Duke? And are they NC State?
NC State, South Carolina, I guess, in some ways.
Yeah. I was just trying to think, like,
they try to pretend there's one with Clemson, but there's not.
Yeah. I just know, like, they're
Virginia Tech. Sorry, go ahead.
A lot of at these media days, there's these outlets that try to ask questions,
Yeah. The Oklahoma State beat guys are the best because they'll just go right up to Venables and be like, so you getting fired? And they're like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. I've been sent a few different videos from some folks from SEC Media Days this past weekend doing similar things. So I expect Bill Belichick to be hearing that. What if Pablo Torre shows up and is like, hey, Bill?
That would be great.
That would be great. Miss Hudson. But, yeah. Hey, you see this too? Should have double-digit draft picks according to Elko.
Wow. Look, they have the potential to get it done. They do. They 100% do.
Yeah. Vegetables' buyout is $35 million. Kirby's at 118.1. Lincoln's is around 88.
Wow.
Georgia recruiting territory includes the Hills Have Eyes. David Keith Williams said, I watched several interviews with Gunnar Stockton. He seemed like a very good guy and someone that is easy to like, similar to Arch Manning.
Yeah, I agree.
He better know how to read the room. He's like 28. But
yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, I'm also a hater. Watch that Makuba hit at least once a day. Nice, DJ Dog. Just waking up and choosing violence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, get ready for the Eagles to be doing that with Makuba now.
Yeah. Jake Bayless said they play NC State on a rivalry week every week for whatever it's worth. But, hey, I would love to see Makuba just lay the wood on CeeDee Lamb or something like that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Opening game.
Man, to think the dudes he's playing with, and they got him at the end of the second round.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They can't keep getting away with it.
They can't.
But, hey, Wags, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. He put it on Twitter.
Oh.
We're going to do an online dynasty for TSU.
Absolutely. I'm in.
I am in.
We need to figure out a way to where there's no like 90 overalls or something. We need to be sweaty. What if we do all G5s?
That would be fun. That would be fun. We could make it work.
I'm trying to think of like a cheesy G5 program I could use.
Hey, for all the CFB 26 lovers out there, go play with Arkansas State. Cheese receiving core. They have like 3 receivers that are deadly. Go play with some
That's what happens when someone tries to pump up Arkansas State. The stream takes them out.
Yeah, the Arkansas State. There we go.
Yeah, you froze. I said, no, Jesus. We opened a can of worms. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But all right. Well, hey, we're gonna get out of here. Y'all have a great Friday. Up next, SEC Unfiltered puts a bow on SEC Media Days with their final takeaways from the week. I believe at 2 p.m. Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Like I said earlier in the show, I will be gone all of next week. Monday and Friday should be Will and Nick. Not sure who Will has figured out for Tuesday through Thursday, but I will be back. What is August 4th? Wow. Wait, that ain't right. No, yeah. July 28th. My bad. Oh, okay. I'll be back July 28th. But yeah, I'll see y'all. Y'all have a great time and happy Friday. Have a great summer. Peace.